B.Tech from Northern Indian Engineering College and M.Tech from Azad Institute Engineering College, Engineering and Technology at Lincoln, uh, from India. At Lincoln University College, he contributes actively to the Lincoln Innovation Hub, fostering the research laboratories and industrial academia collaborations and open access publishing initiatives. His research expertise spans cloud computing, IoT, big data analytics, machine learning, and computational intelligence. And he has an extensive publication record in SCI and Scopus Index journals. He is also the editor-in-chief of multiple international journals and holds over 15 Indian and several international patents, reflecting its uh, reflecting the translation impact of his work. In addition, he is the founder and CEO of the Creep Private Limited, which supports the research consultancies, software development, and innovation mentoring. So, Professor Gupta is a multi-dimensional career in academia, research leadership, entrepreneurship, and global collaboration makes him an outstanding resource for this FDP. So, we are truly honored to have him with us today. So, please join me in welcoming Professor Shashi Gupta, sir. Sir, sir, thank you for this accepting our invitation for this expert session. And now, sir, it's over to you. So please, sir, begin the session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Satwik and Dr. Shantanu, for providing me this wonderful opportunity to deliver my talk in this faculty development program. And now I'm going to start my presentation on the topic best practices for integrating ethical considerations into academic research in the artificial intelligence era. So let me share my presentation first. I hope my presentation is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your
Okay,
presentation is visible.
so let me start my presentation now on the topic that is very relevant nowadays because ethical considerations are very important nowadays with respect to artificial intelligence. So the topic itself is best practices for integrating ethical considerations into academic research in the artificial intelligence era. So let me start now. Now, let me go the first one, that is the introduction to ethical considerations in academic research. As you all know that ethical considerations are very important nowadays. Ethics in academic research involves moral principles guiding responsible conduct, ensuring integrity, respect, and fairness while protecting the participants and advancing the knowledge. So it's very important to describe the ethical considerations in the academic research. Now, moving to the next one, that is the foundational ethical principles in research. So the first one, that is the respect for persons, that we call as autonomy. So this principle basically emphasizes protecting participants' autonomy and dignity, ensuring the voluntary, participation without coercion, and safeguarding privacy and cultural sensitivity. Second one, that is very important, the beneficence and non-maleficence. So research must maximize benefits and minimize the risk to the participants with thorough risk benefit assessments and preventive measures to avoid physical, psychological, and social harm. Third, that is the justice and fairness. So fair distribution of the research benefits and burdens is essential. So avoiding exploitation of vulnerable groups and ensuring equitable participation and the selection and the benefits sharing. So it's very important to describe the ethical principles in research initially. Now moving to the next one, that is establishing an ethical research framework. That is very important for any organization. So institutional review boards, that is IRBs, and ethics committee, it's very important. So IRBs, are administrative bodies that basically protect human research subjects by reviewing protocols to ensure ethical standards and regulatory compliance are met before research begins. So IRBs are very important. That is the institutional review boards and ethics committee that basically decide what kind of ethical consideration we need to take care of. The second is the role and responsibilities of IRBs. So IRB basically review and approve research proposals, minimize the risk, ensure informed consent, monitoring ongoing studies, and provide ethical guidance to safeguard participants' rights and welfare. So these are two important parts, that is institutional review boards and the ethics committee. That is basically very important for ethical consideration within the organization. So these are the roles and responsibilities of IRBs as well. Now moving to the next one, that is the informed consent, that basically describe the best practices. So core elements of informed consent. Informed consent basically required. This is basically requires providing clear, comprehensive information about research purpose, procedures, risks, benefits, and alternatives, ensuring the participants understanding and the voluntary agree. So it's very important to describe the core elements of the informed consent. Second is ensuring participant understanding. So this use plan language, formatting aids, and teach back methods to confirm the participant comprehensive and allowing the sufficient time for questions and considerations. Third is the maintaining the voluntariness in consent. So consent must be free from coercion or undue influence, with participants informed of their right to withdraw anytime without penalty, respecting their autonomy throughout. So informed consent is very important within the ethical considerations. Next is the confidentiality and privacy protection. So what is the significance of data confidentiality? It's very important. So data confidentiality is a core ethical principle that protects the participant privacy and ensures research integrity by preventing unauthorized data access or the misuse. Key techniques for privacy protections. What are different techniques? So techniques include data anonymization, access controls, secure storage, confidentiality agreements, coded identifiers, and staff training to minimize the privacy risk. So these are very important aspects related to any kind of data confidentiality related to the significance of data. So it's a very important part. Now moving to the next one, that is the avoiding conflicts of interests. Conflicts of interests are also very important within the academic research. So firstly, identifying the potential conflicts. So what exactly conflicts of interest? So conflicts of interest occur when personal interest clash with professional duties, risking bias and compromised decision making. So these, can be financial, personal, or professional. Recognizing such conflicts is essential to preserve the research integrity and the public trust. So firstly, we need to identify these kind of potential conflicts within the academic research. Next is the disclosure and management strategies. So effective management requires transparent disclosure, clear policies, education, centralized systems, conflict management plans, regular monitoring, and fostering an ethical culture to ensure compliance and uphold the research objectivity. So it's very important to describe initially what kind of conflicts of interest if within the research academia. So we need to identify first the potential conflicts, and we need to just describe the disclosure and management strategies. Moving to the next one, that is the ethical data collection methods. It is also very important whenever we start or begin our research journey. So we need the data, and data must be collected with respect to ethical considerations. So ensuring accuracy and honesty in data collection, ethical data collection requires meticulous planning and transparency to guarantee accuracy and reliability. So researchers must avoid the fabrication, falsification, and manipulation, and maintaining through records to enable producibility and verifiability. So it's very important to describe the data on behalf of the ethical considerations. Second is avoiding fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. These are very major aspects related to any research academia, where plagiarism and falsification and fabrication is very important aspects. I have seen one important aspect related to it. One of the researcher copied the content from somebody's third party researcher. Okay, and they cited their they haven't cited their work, but they just copied the content, and they just published it. So one of the researchers basically claimed that whatever data they have taken, and that is basically copied from their research. So they just claim that this is the plagiarism work. So just and take some strict action against the researcher. So it's basically the part of ethical consideration. If we know how we can able to collect the data and how we can cite it, so there will be no falsification or fabrication or some plagiarism issues within the research. So nowadays it's very important, because every single researcher is going to discover or find some new things or innovative things because of different citing sources from different researchers worldwide. So it's very important that research ethics basically prohibit dishonest practices such as fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. Upholding originality and proper attribution preserves research credibility and institutional reputation. So it's very important whatever data we are going to collect, that must be ethical, and we need to follow the ethical consideration because of these kind of data. Now, next is responsible data management and sharing, because data storage and security best practices are very important while taking the data and sharing it. So, implement source, basically implement secure encrypted storage, access controls, detailed records, regular backups, and comply with legal policies to protect data integrity and participant confidentiality. So this is basically required for data storage and security best practices. Second is the ethical considerations in data sharing. So you need to ensure informed consent, anonymize data, use controlled access repositories, and maintain the transparency to protect the participant privacy and uphold the ethical standards. So responsible data management and sharing is very important, because whenever we have some data and we need to store it, so we need to have some security mechanism where the data must be stored, and it must be captured, and it must be stored safely. And ethical considerations are also important in sharing the data with respect to different kind of policies. Now, moving to the next one, that is addressing ethical issues in collaborative research. Collaborative research is nowadays very famous, because many researchers are basically doing research in collaboration, whether it is national or international. So this is basically defining the roles and responsibilities in multi-author projects. It's very important. So we need to describe each author's contribution, because whenever you submit the journal research paper, okay, so what will happen? They will ask what kind of contribution of each authors within the manuscript. So these are very important aspects, but researchers are not going to play the important role on these kind of aspects. Okay, and somewhat the manuscript is going to be in draft because of these kind of loopholes that they have not mentioned the author contributions like that. So we need to mention the author contribution as per the description. So clear definition of each contributor duties in data handling, authorship and accountability is crucial to maintain the ethical standards and prevent disputes in the collaborative research. So it's very important to define the roles and responsibilities in the multi-author projects. Second is the ensuring cultural sensitivity in international research. It's also important because whenever we have international or global collaboration within the research, so we need to be, respecting the cultural values and adapting ethical practices to diverse international context that fosters trust and compliance, enhancing research validity and the acceptance. So we need to do these kind of collaborative research on behalf of these kind of ethical issues. Now moving to the next one, that is the ethical considerations in publication and reporting. Because I am also editing one of the one multiple journals that is basically many publications are coming and many researchers are going to contact with respect to the publications. So preventing duplicate publication and plagiarism, it's one of the major cause nowadays, because maintaining originality is essential by avoiding duplicate publication, because many researcher what they do, they submit the manuscript at the same time in two different journals. So what will happen if the journal is having the same publisher? So they just check whether you have submitted your manuscript within a single publisher within two different journals, so they will just blacklist the author. Because this is basically unethical. You cannot able to submit your manuscript at the same time in two different journals in a same publisher. Okay, so this is one of the part that we need to be take care of. So that we called as preventing duplicate publication and plagiarism. So maintaining originality is essential by avoiding duplicate publication and properly citing all sources to upload research integrity and prevent the ethical breaches. So many of the researchers basically taking the content and they are not citing properly. So this is one of the important aspect that we need to be take care while publication. Suppose that you have a novel work, okay, quality work, but you are not citing very well. You are not citing the content very well. You are not citing the content with respect to whatever content you have taken. Okay, you are citing different citation on that. So what will happen? It will degrade the quality of the work. So we need to be careful while citing the work with respect to the sources, whatever we are taking from. So second is the ensuring transparent reporting of research. So it's basically, clear and accurate disclosure of methods, data, and limitations. This is vital for, reproducibility, accountability, and trustworthy scientific communication. So it's very important to describe the ethical considerations in publication and reporting, because these are very important and these are challenging one, because we need to be, sure that whatever we are taking, like the sources, like the citations, so that must be, matched with respect to the research, whatever we did. Now moving to the next one, that is the training and education in research ethics. So significance of continuous ethics training. So it's a very important ongoing ethics education, fostering integrity and responsibility, ensuring researchers stay updated on evolving standards and ethical principles. Second, that is the available ethics training resources. So researchers have access to online modules, formal courses, and institutional review board support that we called as IRB support, the workshops and foundational ethical guidelines to enhance the ethical awareness. So training and education in research ethics are also very important nowadays. We need to take care of all these kind of aspects, which is basically coming in under the ethical considerations. Now moving to the next one, that is the case studies, ethical challenges and resolutions. So real world ethical dilemmas in research. So ethical challenges in research involve respect for persons, beneficence, and justice, especially with vulnerable, populations and risk-benefit assessments. Second is the outcomes and lessons learned. So, rigorous informed consent, conflict of interest, transparency, and continuous oversight that basically reduce or misconduct and enhance the research integrity. So, the ethical challenges and resolutions are also very important with respect to the time. Now, moving to the next one, that is the ethics in emerging research areas like ethical challenges in artificial intelligence and big data. So, artificial intelligence and big data research must address bias. It's very important, and fairness, transparency, and privacy to ensure ethical integrity and protect individuals. So, ethical challenges in AI and big data is also important. Data stewardship and privacy. So, rigorous protocols for data collection, anonymization, and informed consent are essential to balance the societal benefits with individual privacy rights. So it's a very important part. Human subject protections in digital research. So digital research requires clear informed consent and special protections for vulnerable groups, and evolving the institutional review boards oversight to safeguard participant rights. So ethics in emerging research areas are also one of the part that we need to take care of. So community engagement and ethical research. So community involvement in research design, it's also one of the part. So engaging communities, early in research design aligns studies with local values and priorities, fostering respect, transparency, and trust, while enhancing the ethical rigor and social value. So second is the respecting community values and priorities. So ethical research requires honoring the community beliefs and norms, ensuring the fairness, protecting confidentiality, and maintaining the ongoing communication to build trust and accountability. So community engagement and ethical research is also very important to describe within the research as ethical considerations. Now, moving to the next one, that is the monitoring and auditing ethical compliance. It's one of the major parts. So methods for ongoing ethical oversight. So ongoing ethical oversight involves regular reviews, okay, internal audits and compliance checks. That basically by institutional review boards that we called as IRBs and ethics committees to ensure the adherence to ethical principles and protect participant rights. So it's a very important part. So second one, that is the role of audits and compliance checks. So role of audits, it's basically audits verify the protocol adherence and informed consent and privacy, while compliance checks ensure the transparency and the transparent reporting and help identify and address the ethical breaches promptly. So it's a very important to describe the role of the audits and the compliance checks while ethical considerations. Now moving to the next one, that is the balancing scientific advancement and ethical responsibility. So managing publication and innovation pressures, many worldwide researchers are basically facing the pressure to publish quickly. Okay, it is one of the major part in every single country. I have seen researchers face pressure to publish quickly and innovate. Means it must be published quickly, and also it must be have some innovation. So, it is quite difficult while you are having a lot of work and you are going to do the research and you are just going to give the innovation into the research, and after that you are just going to publish it very quickly. So it is not possible because nowadays all the journals are very strict. Publishers are very strict related to the review cycle. Okay, So review cycle must take 3 to 4 months time for checking each and everything related to the manuscript, the novelty, the technicality, the design, the methods, the data collection, and the data availability statement. Everything they are checking properly in rigorous review, some kind of blind peer review. So researchers face, pressures to publish quickly and innovate, which can basically challenge adherence to ethical standards and research integrity. So we need to be take care of this kind of challenge, because if you have research pressure and publish quickly, means there may be some challenges. Okay. So frameworks for ethical decision making. So ethical frameworks guide researchers to, balance scientific benefits with duties to participants, and emphasizing the respect, beneficence, and justice. So it's a very important what kind of ethical responsibility we have, and how we can able to balance it. So these days, researchers face these kind of pressure within the organization, that you need to publish and quickly, and it must be innovate. So we need to take care of the research integrity and the ethical considerations, ethical standards also. Now moving to the next one, that is the ethical use of human and animal subjects. Guidelines for human treatment, that is of animal subjects. So, animal research must follow ethical principles and legal regulations, emphasizing the 3 R's that we called as replacement, reduction, and refinement, to minimize the pain and distress. So approval from the oversight bodies and proper care by trained personnel are mandatory for these kind of guidelines. Ethical recruitment and treatment of human participants. So human subjects require respect for autonomy, informed consent, risk minimization, fairness in selection, and confidentiality. Institutional review boards ensure ethical compliance and participant protection. So we need to be, check with these kind of human subjects before, starting with any kind of research. Moving to the next one, that is addressing bias and ensuring fairness in research. So recognizing and mitigating researcher bias. So it's very important that researcher bias can affect objectivity in all research stages, awareness, standardized procedures, and blinding independent review and ethics training are key to minimizing the bias. Second is the promoting diversity and inclusion in research samples, because whenever you are having different kind of researches, and you have national and international collaboration. So peer research requires diverse participant representation, inclusive recruitment, culturally sensitive consent, and attention to power dynamics, ensuring equitable and valid outcomes. So, addressing bias and ensuring fairness in research is also very important. Next is the transparency and accountability in research. So, openness in methodology and funding. So, it's also one of the part which comes under ethical considerations. So, transparency requires clear disclosure of research design. Suppose that you have applied for a research project funding, okay, and then you are using the design which is copied from somewhere else. So you need to just disclose whatever design you have taken, that must be unique and novel. So transparency requires clear disclosure of research design and funding sources to ensure reproducibility and prevent the conflicts of interest. So we need to be very much careful while making the proposal with respect to the any research project funding agencies, because everything is going to be checked with respect to the design or methods or idea or something else. So we need to be take care of the ethical considerations. Second is accountability mechanism. So accountability is maintained through ethics committees and institutional review boards, audits, and transparent reporting of all research outcomes. So transparency and accountability in research is also one of the important aspect. Now moving to the ethical consideration in research funding. So, impact of funding on research integrity. So, funding sources may influence research design. So, and reporting. So, requiring researchers to protect the independence of their work to maintain the validity. So, it's also very important to describe the ethical consideration in the research funding. So necessity of financial disclosure. So researchers must, transparently disclose all financial support to allow assessment of potential conflicts and, ensure the impartiality. So it's also one of the part that needs to be taken care of. Now moving to the next one, developing institutional policies for research ethics. Because key components of effective ethics policies are important. So effective policies define ethical principles, scope, roles, review processes, informed consent, confidentiality, conflict management, training, and compliance monitoring. So we need to create some policies for the research ethics within the institutional body. The leadership's role in ethical research. So, leaders champions ethics, basically, allocate resources, model behavior, encourage the dialogue, and support continuous policy improvement to foster ethical research environments. So, leadership's role also important in ethical research. Now, moving to the next one, that is the ethical challenges in interdisciplinary research. So, many challenges are there related to the ethics in the interdisciplinary research. So, navigating, differing ethical standards. So, interdisciplinary research, faces challenges due to the varying ethical norms and, regulatory frameworks across disciplines. So, it basically requiring coordinated approaches to resolve conflicts. And second is the building consensus on ethical practices. So, clear communication and shared ethical frameworks among researchers basically help harmonize the responsibilities and ensure adherence to high ethical standards. So, it's also one of the part that we need to take care of with respect to the ethical practices. Third is ensuring responsible research conduct. So we need to be ensure ongoing ethics training, transparency, and adaptability that foster trust and uphold core, ethical principle across interdisciplinary teams. So these are important aspects related to the ethical challenges in interdisciplinary research. So moving to the next one, that is the role of technology in enhancing the research ethics. So what kind of digital tools we have? So digital tools basically enhancing consent and data protection. So digital tools improve the informed consent clarity and data privacy through like e-signatures, encryptions, and automated, compliance monitoring and ensuring participant rights and research integrity. I'm giving you one of the live example related to it. In the postdoctoral of Lincoln University College, Malaysia, we are using the e-signatures. That is basically the security and on behalf of, authentication. You can also authenticate it because whatever data a researcher is having, so that must be, e-signatured and that is secure, so nobody can able to copy it and they can able to make a duplicate of it. So this is one of the part that we need to be take care. So digital tools improve the informed consent clarity and data privacy through e-signatures, encryption, and automated compliance monitoring and participant rights and research integrity. So ethical challenges of research automation. So automation, accelerates the research, but raises ethical concerns like, algorithmic bias, transparency issues, and reduced human ethical oversight. And it basically requiring strict evaluation and supervision with respect to the, research ethics. Now moving to the next one, that is promoting ethical leadership in research teams. We need to promote these kind of ethical leadership so that research must be, with respect to under the research considerations. So ethical considerations. So key traits of ethical leadership. So ethical leaders exhibit the honesty, fairness, respect, and a strong commitment to ethical research and conduct while fostering open communication and compliance with regulations. So training to foster ethical leadership. So there must be some training. So institutions provide ongoing education through the workshops, seminars, to equip leaders with the skills to handle ethical dilemmas and promote, positive ethical climate. So it's very important to promote the ethical leaderships in the research teams. Moving to the next one, that is the global perspectives on research ethics. So global variations in ethical standards, because if we have global collaborations within a single research, so ethical standards in research differ worldwide due to diverse legal frameworks, cultural norms, and societal values. So it's basically requiring culturally sensitive approaches. Second is the universal ethical principles. So there must be, some kind of universal ethical principles. So despite variations, universal principles like respect for persons, beneficence, and justice, and that basically form the foundation of ethical research globally. Third, that is harmonizing ethics in international research. So international collaborations require harmonizing ethics through adherence to universal principles, local approvals, culturally adapted consent, and community engagement. So these are three different aspects that basically relates the global perspective on research ethics. Now moving to the next one, that is ethical considerations and research dissemination. So responsible communication of research findings. Basically, researchers must communicate findings accurately, avoiding sensationalization or you can say misrepresentation to ensure the public receive the factual and balanced information. The second is the avoiding sensationalization and misrepresentation. So ethical dissemination requires presenting research outcomes without exaggeration and distortion, and it basically supporting informed decision making and maintaining trust. So ethical considerations in research dissemination is also one of the important aspect in it. Next is handling ethical issues in retrospective research. So consent and privacy challenges in secondary data use. So retrospective research must address consent and privacy issues since the data were collected for other purposes. So researchers must protect confidentiality and may seek consent waivers from ethics committees when direct consent is not feasible. So this is very important concern. Ethical review requirements for retrospective studies. So institutional review boards, that is IRBs, that evaluate retrospective studies and based on the data identifiability and the risk level. So applying exempt and expedited or full review processes to ensure ethical compliance and the data protection. So handling ethical issues in retrospective research is also related with these kind of consent and privacy challenges. Now, moving to the next one, the ethics in research that involving the children and minors. So, spatial protections and consent procedures are there. So, research with minors requires, parental consent and minor assent when, possible, ensuring information is age appropriative and, consent is voluntary and informed. You can take an example with respect to whenever you have a parental account, you are just going to use that parental account on behalf of your children's, so minors. So it is very important to describe the consent procedures on behalf of the children's and minors. And whenever there will be, data that is related to the healthcare and research studies on minors or children. So we need to be careful while taking data, and we need to just ensure the data must be, related to that particular disease or something else. So assessing risk and benefits for minors. So, studies must balance potential benefits against risk with rigorous ethical review and safeguards for vulnerable children to minimize the harm. So these are basically the research ethics and research with respect to the children's and minors. Now moving to the next one, that is the addressing the ethical issues in social science research. So confidentiality in sensitive research, maintaining the confidentiality is crucial in social science research, especially with the sensitive topics. So researchers, must anonymize the data, secure the storage, and limit access to protect the participant privacy and foster trust. So confidentiality in sensitive research is also one of the important part. Ethical management of researcher participant relationships. So respecting participant autonomy and avoiding the coercion are basically essential. So researchers should, maintain the professional boundaries, and they can ensure the voluntary participation and create a transparent and, respectful environment. So, addressing the ethical issues in social science research must be taken part. Now, next is the ethical considerations in clinical trials, because many researchers are going to use the clinical trials into the research. So, ensuring the participant safety and rights. So, ethical clinical research basically prioritizes the participant safety through principles like social value, like scientific validity, like fair selection, favorable risk-benefit ratios, so independent review, informed consent, and respect for the participants' autonomy and privacy. So, whenever we are going to take the data from clinical trials, so we need to, give the detailed description, whatever data we are taking, and we have taken the permission from that body or not. So that also we need to be considered. Next is the transparency in trial registration and reporting. So whenever you take trial with respect to the clinical part, so clinical trials require transparent registration and honest reporting of methods, outcomes, and adverse events to ensure accountability, prevent bias, and maintain public trust. Overseen by ethical review boards. That is very important with respect to the clinical trials. Now moving to the next one, that is the promoting reproducibility and integrity in research. So significance of reproducibility in ethical science, it's basically reproducibility ensures independent, validation of research findings, and reinforcing scientific credibility and preventing the misleading conclusions. So it's also one of the part, enhancing transparency and verification practices. So, transparency is very important within the research. So, clear reporting, ethical data management, and responsible sharing that basically promote transparency and enabling accurate, scrutiny and replication of the research. So, these are one of the part that basically taken part in the integrity in the research. Next is ethical use of artificial intelligence in research. So artificial intelligence, basically one of the major cause nowadays. Everywhere we are using artificial intelligence, and it is incorporated in each sector. So bias and fairness in artificial intelligence algorithms. So artificial intelligence algorithms can, unintentionally reinforce existing biases, so leading to unfair outcomes. So ethical research requires proactive detection and mitigation of such, biases to ensure equitable treatment for all the groups. So it's an important aspect, transparency and explainability of artificial intelligence methods. So transparency means, sharing artificial intelligence development and data usage, while explainability, allows understanding the artificial intelligence decision processes. And both are crucial for trust and ethical evaluation of artificial intelligence research. So these are two important aspects, like transparency and explainability for the AI methods, and the two parts, that is bias and fairness in the artificial intelligence algorithms. So these are basically the part of ethical use of artificial intelligence in research. Now moving to the next one, that is the ethical challenges in environmental research. Because balancing research goals with ecological impact. So researchers must minimize ecological harm while pursuing the scientific knowledge, ensuring methods to not disrupt habitats or degrade the environments. So ethical research balances benefits with conservation and sustainability. So it's also one of the part that needs to be taken care of, engaging stakeholders and indigenous communities. So ethical research requires a genuine collaboration with indigenous and local communities, and that basically respecting their sovereignty, cultural part, and the knowledge to build a trust and ensure the mutual benefits. So it's also very important to describe the environmental research ethics. Now moving to the next one, that is ethics in research involving indigenous peoples. So respecting sovereignty and cultural heritage. Research must honor indigenous peoples' rights to self-determination, governance, and cultural preservation, acknowledging the historical exploitation. So it's also one of the part that needs to be taken care of. Collaborative and participatory research approaches. So engaging indigenous communities as equal partners throughout the research that fosters mutual respect and shared decision making and empowerment. So ethics in research involving the indigenous peoples are also one of the part that needs to be taken care of. So developing personal ethical awareness as a researcher. So reflective practices for ethical decision making. So researchers must engage in continuous reflection to assess the moral implications of their decisions and ensuring alignment with ethical standards. So, second is the recognizing personal biases and limitations. So, awareness of, unconscious biases and personal limitations enables researchers to seek guidance and uphold the honesty and fairness and the respect also. So, these are also some of the ethical awareness as a researcher. Now, moving to the next one, that is the ethical considerations in survey research. Survey research is also one of the crucial part where we have a deep review. So minimizing harm and bias in survey design. So surveys should be designed with neutral, sensitive questions to avoid distress and bias, respecting cultural and contextual factors. So these kind of we are spreading the questions and we are going to take the outcomes from the real world peoples. So we need to be take care of the ethical considerations while sharing and taking the data. Ensuring voluntary participation and anonymity. So participation must be voluntary with informed consent, and anonymity must be protected through data anonymization and secure storage. So it's also one of the part. And next is addressing plagiarism and academic misconduct. These are very crucial part nowadays. So defining plagiarism and its consequences. So plagiarism, already plagiarism involves the using others' ideas or words without proper credit, or you can say including copying or paraphrasing without citations. So these are basically the part called as plagiarism. Consequences includes reputational damage, publication retraction, funding loss, or academic penalties. So we need to be take care while publication is uh, if you have a publication and it is novel, the work is novel, so it must be published and there must not be any problems later on. But whenever you have copied data and it is published because of compromised review process or review cycle, so what will happen? Sometimes the committee will check and everything. So the publication must be retracted from the database. So it is basically just like misconduct, okay, academic misconduct. So we need to be take care of these kind of things. Second is preventive measures and detection tools. So, prevention focuses on ethics education and clear guidelines, while, detection relies on plagiarism software combined with human judgment. Institutional policies ensure, fair investigation and sanctions. So these are, important aspects related to the prevention and detection tools related to the academic misconduct. Next is the ethical issues in research with disabled participants. So, accessibility and accommodation considerations are also one of the important aspects because research must ensure, inclusive participation by providing necessary modifications like alternative communication formats, accessibility venues, and adaptive technologies to respect autonomy and dignity. Second is the informed consent adaptation. So consent, processes should be, used with a clear language and multiple formats, involve the legal representatives if needed. So, and continuously assess the understanding to protect the vulnerable participants. So ethical issues in research with disabled participants are also important. Now moving to the next one, that ethical use of social media in research. Privacy and consent in social media data collection, it's also one of the important part. So, researchers must carefully consider users' privacy rights and obtain, informed consent, especially when data includes, identifiable or sensitive information. So, balancing ethical concerns with the research goals are also important. Second, that is managing public versus private information. So, distinguishing public and private social media data is essential. So, respecting the privacy settings and anonymizing the data to protect the participant identities in the research dissemination. So, if you are going to take the research data and from the end of social media, so you just need to be take care of the ethical use of that data. The sensitive information must be kept confidential, and it must not be, distributed within the channels. So it's also one of the part that we need to be take care of. Next is the ethical considerations in longitudinal studies. So, sustaining the participant engagement and consent. So, continuous communication is essential to, reaffirm informed consent and ensure the participants remain willing, throughout the study. So, regular reminders of withdrawal rights and transparent updates of new information support informed decision making. So it's a very important part. And second is the ensuring data security for long-term storage. So we need to ensure the data security. So robust data protection measures such as like encryption, access controls, and secure backups are critical to safeguard the sensitive participation information over extended periods. So transparency about data handling respects participant autonomy. So it's also one of the important aspect related to the longitudinal studies. Now moving to the next one, the promoting equity in research participation. So inclusive recruitment strategies. So researchers should design recruitment to intentionally include diverse and representative groups, avoiding exclusion based on the convenience or accessibility. So it's also one of the part. Second is the overcoming participation barriers. So, address the structural, cultural, economic, and, accessibility barriers by using the culturally sensitive methods, providing the clear information, the offering the accommodations and the supports. So it's also, promoting equity in the research participation. Now moving to the next one, that the ethical considerations in the genetic research. So privacy and confidentiality of genetic information is also required. So researchers must implement strong safeguards to protect the genetic data from, unauthorized access. So preventing misuse and, that could cause the discrimination and stigmatization. So it's also very important. Second is the informed consent for genetic testing and data use. So informed consent requires the clear communication about testing purposes, risk and benefits, data storage, sharing, and implications for family members. So ethical considerations in genetic research is also important to discuss. Next is the handling ethical issues in big data research. Consent challenges with large data sets. So, obtaining explicit informed consent is difficult due to the volume and, diversity of the data sources. So, requiring alternative consent models like, broad or tiered consent with transparency. Second is the data anonymization and re-identification risk. So anonymized data can be re-identified and, necessitating robust privacy protections such as data minimization and advanced anonymization techniques to safeguard the individual privacy. So, third one, the ethical data governance and responsibility. So ethical data handling requires transparent governance, secure storage, controlled access, and accountability to balance the research benefits with protecting individual rights. So handling ethical issues in big data research is one of the part that we need to be considered. Next is ethical responsibilities in peer review, because peer review is one of the critical part in any kind of publishing house. So confidentiality and impartiality in, peer review. I think you have heard about the Hindavi Publishing Group. The reviewer actually reviewer board compromised with respect to, reviewing blindly with the manuscript. So that's why the, Hindavi publisher demolished. So, one of the part we need to take care of that is the peer review process. So confidentiality and the impartiality in the peer review. So reviewers, must maintain the strict confidentiality of unpublished manuscripts and provide the unbiased evaluations that basically free from personal interest or conflicts. The second is the managing conflicts of interest. So reviewers should proactively disclose any, financial, personal, or academic conflicts and recuse basically the themselves if necessary to, preserve the review integrity. So ethical responsibilities in peer review is also one of the major challenge. If there will be compromised review process, means there will be problems later on, or there may be compromised with the quality and novelty of the research. Now, next is ethical considerations in research with the refugee and displaced persons. So vulnerability and protection measures. So, refugee face trauma and unstable conditions requiring, enhanced safeguards to ensure voluntary participation and minimize the harm. Culturally sensitive consent processes. So consent must be adapted to participants' language and cultural, context, ensuring the comprehension and avoiding the coercion. So ethical consideration in research with refugees and displaced person is also important to describe. Next is the ethical use of incentives in research participation. So balancing the motivation and coercion. So, incentives should motivate the participation, without impairing the voluntary informed consent or, exploiting the vulnerable populations. Second is the transparency about incentives. So it must be transparent. The participants must be clearly informed about the nature, amount, timing, and conditions of incentives to maintain the trust and the informed consents related to it. Moving to the next one, that is addressing the ethical challenges in field research. So ensuring safety and respect in field research, so the researchers must, assess the risks such as political instability and health hazards, while honoring local community values and building trust through transparent communication. So it's also important, one of the, part that we called as political instability and the health hazards within the field research. So adhering to legal and cultural norms. So, compliance with local laws and cultural sensitivities are essential, and, involving the understanding customs and, collaborating with the local partners to ensure ethical research conduct. So, addressing the ethical challenges in the field research is also important. Now, next is the ethical considerations in research involving deception. So, justification and minimization of deception. So, deception, must be scientifically justified with no viable alternatives, minimized in scope and duration, and must not, cause harm or distress to participants. And debriefing participants. So, participants should be thoroughly debriefed promptly after the study. So, explaining the true purpose, reasons for deception, and addressing any concerns to restore trust. So, these are the parts related to the deception. Now, moving to the next one, that promoting open science while, maintaining ethics. So, responsible sharing of data and materials. So, open science, promotes a transparent sharing of data and materials while ensuring the compliance with legal and institutional privacy policies to protect the participant, rights. Second is the protecting participant confidentiality. So, researchers must anonymize the data and obtain the informed consent to prevent re-identification risk and maintain trust in open data practices. So, promoting open science while maintaining ethics is also one of the important aspect need to be taken care of. The ethical challenges in research during public health emergencies. Public health emergencies are also important aspects. So, accelerated ethical review in emergencies. So, public health emergencies require expedited review processes by institutional review boards, that is IRBs, to initiate the studies swiftly while maintaining ethical standards and participation safety. Second is the ensuring participant protection amid urgency. So researchers must, balance the urgency of the emergency research with the rigorous risk, like benefit assessments to protect the participants and especially, vulnerable populations from exploitation. So these are important aspects. Ethical considerations in research on sensitive topics like managing emotional distress and confidentiality. So researchers, must implement strategies to minimize harm and provide support and, ensure the confidentiality by securing, storing data, and limiting the access to the authorized personnel. Second is the training researchers for sensitive interactions, like comprehensive training equips researchers with the skills for empathetic, engagement, recognizing distress, and maintaining privacy while respecting the cultural and individual differences. So, training researchers for sensitive interactions and ethical consideration in research on sensitive topics are also important. Next is the developing a personal code of ethics for researchers. Personal code of ethics are also one of the part that is important. So key components of a, personal ethical framework. A personal ethical framework basically includes the integrity, respect for persons, beneficence, justice, accountability, transparency, respect for intellectual property, and the commitment to continuous learning. Second is the harmonizing personal and institutional ethics. So, researchers must align their personal ethics with institutional policies and regulatory standards to ensure the ethical research. So, these are one of the, personal code of ethics for the researchers. Moving to the next one, that ethical consideration in research funding applications. So, and transparency in proposals must be there. So researchers must present truthful information, avoiding the exaggeration or misrepresentation to maintain integrity and trust with funding bodies. Second is, avoiding exaggeration or misrepresentation. So accurate descriptions of objectives and impacts are essential. So ensuring claims are evidence-based and risk are not, understand. So it's basically important that whatever we are having ethical consideration, we need to take care with respect to the funding applications. Next is the addressing ethical issues in data visualization. So accurate and honest representation of data. So ethical data visualization demands the truthful presentation without a distortion. So we need to take care that there must not be any kind of falsification and avoiding manipulation of scales or selective data omission to ensure the clarity and prevent the misrepresentations and misinterpretations also. Second is avoiding misleading graphics. So we need to, avoid these kind of aspects. Researchers must avoid poor design choices like truncated areas, excesses, or 3D effects that basically distort the data. And ensuring visualization techniques promote accurate understanding without confusion. So we need to be careful about giving the graphics within the research and that must not be misleading and one of the part that is accurate and honest representation of data must be there. Next is ethical considerations and research involving minors online. So, consent and assent in digital environments. So, researchers must secure both parental consent and the minor assent using clear, accessible information. And it's basically secure digital processes to ensure the voluntary participation. Second is the protecting privacy and safety. So it basically implement robust data security and to minimize the personal data collection and provide the transparency with respect to the safeguard of the minors' privacy and allow the withdrawal of the consent. So and these are basically the ethical considerations research involving the minors online. Next is ethical use of biobanks and human tissue samples. So consent for storage and future use. So informed consent is essential, ensuring donors understand the purposes and potential future uses of their samples, with options to withdraw consent under certain conditions. So second is the privacy and data linkage concerns. So robust, privacy measures include de-identification and strict data sharing policies that are critical to protect the donor confidentiality and prevent unauthorized access. So, ethical use of biobanks and human tissue samples are also one of the important aspects related to the ethical considerations. So, moving to the next one, that is ethical considerations in research impact assessment. So, there are three different aspects like balancing benefits and potential harms. So, researchers must evaluate both societal benefits and potential risk. That basically ensuring the benefits justify harms and implementing safeguards to minimize the negative impacts. Second, that is engaging the stakeholders in impact evaluations. So active collaboration with affected parties like communities and policymakers. So ensures diverse perspectives, transparency, and respect for community concerns. So it's also very important to engage the stakeholders in impact evaluation. Third is the ethical principles in research impact. So incorporating ethics that promotes social responsibility and aligns research with societal values, advancing knowledge while upholding standards. So this is basically the ethical considerations in research impact assessment. Now moving to the next one, the promoting ethical innovation in research. So ethical innovation is one of the part that is very important nowadays in the research. So balancing creativity and ethics. So ethical innovation requires fostering creativity while respecting the participant rights and scientific integrity. Proactive ethical assessment, what exactly it is? So researchers, must anticipate ethical implications of new technologies through, early risk and benefit evaluations. So these are basically, promoting the ethical innovation in the research. Now, moving to the summary and key takeaways on, integrating the ethics in research. The first, that is the recap of the best practices. The important thing is that ethical research requires respect for autonomy, beneficence, justice, informed consent, confidentiality, conflict of interest management, and institutional review board oversight, and that ethics committees. Second, that is the importance of continuous ethical vigilance. So, ongoing ethics education and vigilance ensure researchers adapt to emerging challenges and maintain public trust throughout the research life cycle. So these are two different takeaways at the while integrating the ethics in the research. No, question and answer and discussion that is basically based on implementing the ethical best practices. So, addressing common challenges in ethical research. Basically, researchers must overcome issues like informed consent, like conflict of interest, like confidentiality, like adapting to new technology to maintain the integrity and the compliance. Second, that is the sharing experiences and solutions for ethical practices. So, open dialogue among teams and institutional support through policies and training that basically enhance the ethical standards and collective problem solving. So, these are important aspects like addressing the common challenges in ethical research and sharing experiences and solutions for ethical practices. So these are the points that is basically related to the ethical considerations. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions or queries, kindly ask.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insightful session. So, participant, please, if you want to ask something, sir, open for the question answer discussion. Anyone, please? Any questions? Any questions from participant side?
Also, I'm very happy to be part of this faculty development program. I'm also inviting different good researchers worldwide, okay, for postdoctoral in Lincoln University College, Malaysia. If you are interested, you can also connect. Yeah, please tell me if you have any question.
Yes, participant, please. Anyone interested to ask something?
This program is basically, Lincoln Global Postdoctoral Program is basically an innovative program for postdoctorals, and it also gives, many different advantages. So, global collaborations and, worldwide benefits related to the research collaborations. And meanwhile, we have also research projects from Germany, one of the BMF group. So if you are interested for any kind of research projects, you can also contact uh, Dr. Satvik,
Mhm.
sir,
Yes, 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 sir. Yes,
because
sir.
it is important aspects that are related to research and collaborations
No, no,
globally.
sir. That's
So,
a really great opportunity for participant as well as myself also. Even.
yeah, sure, sir, definitely, because I'm here because of this Dr. Shantanu Sahi.
Mhm.
They have invited me, and you also. So
Mhm.
I'm here because of exploring the research related to best practices into ethical standards.
Mhm.
Because nowadays it's very crucial to include the ethical consideration into the research. Okay, because I have seen many cases related to, retraction. A third
Okay.
party claims that whatever you publish is basically copied. So just, I got many different claims from different world researchers. Those are, good in research, but
Mhm.
maybe some, aspects they just copied the content and not cited the sources. So that's why they claimed, and the publication got retracted. So it's basically the misconduct. The theme of our postdoctoral program is sustainable development program, sustainable
Okay.
development. Okay, so
Mhm.
goals that we called as SDG. So there are 17 goals that is basically included into it. So
That's really nice, sir, and we'll definitely collaborate with your team, and as well as we'll try to discuss some project on the sustainable development, because in nowadays Indian government basically focuses on the sustainable development goals using the AI tool, and definitely it will be a great support and great help for us if we are collaborating with you, and
yes,
surely
sure, sure,
definitely get back to
definitely,
you.
definitely, sir. I'm ready for the same, and we can also collaborate for different
Because
other things. But
project-based learning and project-based outcomes are genuine outcomes. We need to only focus on the real sense of sustainable problems.
yes, yes,
That's the only way I think technology will transfer to the layman person they can easily use. Otherwise, we can just write an algorithm and try to run and just publish
yeah,
exam in paper
because
publication.
whatever we have, like any
Mhm.
idea or innovation, if we are going to implement in real life, that will be,
Mhm.
good for us. Because
Mhm.
globe basically wants some research, and that is basically sustainable. And those who are doing it, they are basically getting some benefit from it.
Mhm.
So we have a lot of things. Okay, research projects funding available from different countries like Germany, like China. Okay, so we are searching for good talents. Okay,
Yeah. Mhm.
so if anybody is having good project title and something else, so they can contact. We can provide the details. If their
Mhm.
CV will be selected, means they will get some good funding from different agencies for the project.
Nice. So that's a
So that will
really
that will
good
be good,
opportunity.
and that will also have some reputation in the university. If you
Hmm.
have some kind of projects fundings from any
Yeah, yeah.
what.
And university needs some such kind of collaborations, and they are interested for these collaborations, and
Yeah,
foreign fundings and
we are
foreign
ready
project
for the same,
integrations.
sir. We are ready for the same.
Yeah.
I have one project that is basically from Germany, BMF Group. So
Mhm.
they are basically, checking the good CVs from Indian origin with European passports or US passports or any other country passports. They want these peoples to be included in the projects to develop something, and they are providing huge funding. So we are searching actually for these kind of talents
Mhm. Sure,
into
for sure,
into the
sir.
research, like in all domains. It is not a single domain, because
Hmm.
nowadays artificial intelligence is embedded in each sector.
Each
So
sector,
we
yes, sir.
are basically requiring each and every sector professors or researchers, those who can do the work.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it will be helpful for Indian professors or researchers also.
Yes, sir, Will definitely. It's a really great platform for researcher to develop some sustainable developments and focusing on the real sense of problem. That's the only way I think to transfer the technology and use of the technology. Otherwise, we are just writing the papers and publishing the things.
Yeah, because whenever you have like these kind of projects, so you will get an idea how we can proceed further, and further you will get different funding agencies projects very easily. So whenever you start with a single project, means you will get unlimited projects if you have an idea how to do that. So firstly, we need to take one step, then we can able to go for the next one. That is one important part that we need to take participation in that particular. Okay.
Hmm. Sure, sir. We'll definitely collaborate and we'll definitely come with some good idea for collaborations.
Yeah,
So,
Excuse me,
because
sir.
we are spreading in
Sir,
different
this is,
countries for this. Yeah,
yeah,
please,
yeah,
ma'am,
please,
tell.
please. Yes, ma'am.
yeah, I'm Shuganti, sir. Good evening, sirs.
Good evening. Yeah.
Sir, I belongs to Maths department. Is there any possibilities to collaborate with
Yes, why
you,
not?
sir?
Why not?
Yeah,
Because maths is basically nowadays connected with computer science completely
Yeah,
because of
it's a base.
optimization.
Actually, it's a base
Yeah,
platform. Because computer
yeah.
science is completely based on the
Yeah,
mathematics.
quantum computing is basically going on. So, mathematical expressions and mathematical knowledge is important for these kind of collaboration. So you can contact, no issues. I have already shared my email ID. You can write whatever you want. We can also
yeah,
collaborate. Okay, no issues.
sure,
I have
sir.
shared my email ID.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Actually,
it's
noted your
visible.
email ID because I am belongs to queuing theory and its applications, sir.
okay. Okay.
So I will contact through mail, sir.
Yeah, you can contact. You can share your CV if possible. If there will be any, funding projects, will let you know. No issue.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
So, thank you, sir, once again.
Yeah.
We'll definitely collaborate and come with some good idea with our research team and collaborate with you. So, as of now, today
Rakesh sir,
is
your domain area is
my
what?
domain area is I'm working with the basically presently I'm working with the started the work on the predictive maintenance.
Okay.
So I'm dealing with some good machines and deploying some sensor and
Okay.
try to improve its maintenance and
Okay.
try to prevent some good problems because sometimes machine goes down for 5 6 hours to reduce the production cost
Yes. Yes.
productions.
Yes.
So I
It's a
try
very
to
important. It's a very good
uh,
research.
2 3 hardwares I have built and I have collaborated some good research companies also. So they
Okay.
have provided me some models. I have trained that model and I have built some new model using very cheap cost. But try to build some sensors and deploying on the machine, and they cost I think 500 to 200 rupees, and it will reduce the downtime of the machine from 5 hour to maximum 15 minutes.
Oh, that's great.
So
You
I'm
know,
right now I'm inclining this side, and
you,
before that I have a strong background with the healthcare system. Like I have worked on the chest X-ray and CT
okay.
scan. It is
Okay.
completely based on the chest disease. I have maintained some model for the 16 disease, which is deployed on the one of the Vietnam government hospital, I guess. It is
Okay.
funded by the NHI. So,
Okay.
as a AI researcher, I have in my previous role, I have worked on that. So,
So you can also, write proposals. Okay. I will share with you the details. Okay. Then
yeah.
we can move forward with some kind of project funding from Germany or
Sure,
China.
sure. That's we
Yeah.
are actually
And
I'm looking for this such kind of collaboration with our
yeah.
department also.
And yeah,
So,
and also second part, we can also edit different books from like a good renowned publisher like Springer Nature, Switzerland, and
mhm.
from CRC Press UK. Okay,
Okay.
so if you have good idea, so we can also go for edited books. It is also good
I'm
for.
looking for that also. Even I have
Okay.
tried to come with some good books also. I have submitted proposal, but it's a really good opportunity for me if you collaborate with me and try
Yeah,
to guide me.
I have contacts with the commissioning editor. Okay, so we can
Okay,
go for Springer Nature. That is a brand. Okay, and
okay, then that's
and
really
if you want to go for any conference, okay, and you want conference proceeding from Springer Nature, so I will also help you out in that.
that's really good support for us, sir. And my department and my research, my complete vision is based on that only. So.
Yeah, because if you are in research, so you just do research and uphold your all kind of activities into it. Okay, like if you have research and the teams which can able to do the work very easily, so you can include those peoples into that particular team, and we can have a project, or we can have edited books, we can have journal special issues, so we can do multiple work related to the research. Even also conference, international conference we can do. Okay,
Okay, so
if
that's
you
really
have
fine.
any kind, any proposal for the proceedings, conference proceeding, okay, we can also go for that.
And that's yours, sir. I will definitely get back to you with the support of Shantanu Sai. So, I will get back to you for this particular.
Sure, sure,
Mm.
sure, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think
Okay. Just,
it's
just give me 1 minute, sir. I am just concluding the session.
yes, sir.
So finally, it's a day four, session first. So thank you very much, sir, for your insightful session on the best practices for integrating ethical consideration into the academic research in the AI era. Your session provided a clear and thought-provoking perspective on how we can incorporate ethical principles, like you can say, while conducting AI research. And I particularly appreciated the practical strategy and framework you shared, which make it easier for researchers to ensure the transparency and accountability and responsible use of AI in their academic work. So the example of case study you discussed were highly engaging and helped us connect theoretical ethics with real world AI research practices. Your expertise and clarity in presenting such a critical topic were truly valuable and will guide us in conducting more responsible and meaningful research. Once again, sir, thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience with us. It is a thank you.
It's
Thank
my
you,
pleasure, sir.
sir.
Thank you so much for organizing such a wonderful faculty development program from Triple M University. Thank you so much. Thank you,
I'm
Dr. Satya
definitely,
and Dr. Shantanu. Thank you.
yes, sir. I'm definitely get back to you within a week, within a day.
Sure, sir. I'm ready for the collaboration.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Also, participant, please wait for a while. We'll moving for the next session. So, Dr. Shahi, I am audible to you. Uh, Shantanu, sir, I am audible to you.
So we have like 2 minutes of break, and we
Okay.
will come back at 7:30, right? So it's a 2 minute of quick break. We have two sessions after that. The next session will be led by Professor Rakesh Kumar sir, and then after that, Dr. Satya Yadav sir will take the session. So it's a 2 minutes of break. Then we will come back. Stay tuned. Yeah, so
Very good evening, all of you. So we are now in the stage of day 4, session 2. So we now move on the session 8, session 2 of the 1 week FDP on the topic of artificial neural network and model interpretability in the machine learning and deep learning. It's my great honor to introduce Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar sir, a distinguished academician, researcher, and administrator, currently serving as a professor and head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Madan Malaviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. Professor Rakesh Kumar brings over 25 years of research, rich experience in teaching, research, and academic leadership. He earned he earned his PhD in electronics and computer engineering from IIT Roorkee in the 2011 with the research focused on quality of service routing and gateway discovery in mobile ad hoc networks. He also holds an Master of Engineering in Computer Engineering from SGS Institute of Technology Indore and BE from Computer Engineering with honors from Triple M Engineering College Gorakhpur. His research interests include mobile and distributed computing, mobile ad hoc networks, manets, and quality of service provisioning, network security, sensor networks, and performance evaluation. He has published more than 98 research works, including journal papers, conference papers, and UGC book chapters, and his successful guided numerous MTech, PhD, and scholars. He has also led UGC-funded research projects, contributing significantly to research innovation in Manet. Professor Rakesh Kumar is actively engaged with the global research community as a reviewer of the reputed international journal and is a fellow of Institute of Engineers India and the Institute of Electronics and Telecom Engineers, as well as a life member of ISTE, CSI, IAENG, and member of ACM. With the deep commitment to the academic excellence, research leadership, and student mentoring, Professor Rakesh Kumar continues to inspire faculty and researchers alike. We are truly honored to have him with us today. Please join me in the welcoming Professor Rakesh Kumar. So, now welcome, sir. Sir, now over to you. I am audible to you.
Yeah, Dr. Satvik Vats, thank you for giving a brief introduction about me. Whether I am audible and my
Yes, sir.
PPT.
You're
Yeah.
audible and your screen is visible. You can proceed.
Is it moving? My slides are moving.
Yes. Just a minute, sir. You can move, sir, please. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Your slide is moving, sir.
Okay, Thank you. A very good evening to one and all present here. The topic on which I am going to share and talk in this particular session is artificial neural networks and model interpretability in machine learning and deep learning. Dear friends, this is the outline of my presentation. Broadly speaking, in my whole talk, I have divided into two parts here. The first part basically focusing on the fundamentals of artificial neural networks, and the second part will be focusing on the interpretability in the machine learning as well as the deep learning parts here. So this is the outline of the entire presentation. So first we will give how the artificial intelligence, which took birth in 1950, and as on date we have in the era of agentic AI. So how it has been, how this journey has evolved from its inception, and then we will be covering the the internal working of the various artificial neural networks, and we shall be talking about how the artificial neural networks as well as the different advanced deep neural networks which has been invented as on date, how the internal working basically works here. And then we will be coming switching to the another part of the presentation, that is basically the interpretability part here. So in this, we will be explaining what is the interpretability and how it is different from the explainability part here. What are the the frameworks and tools which are basically used for two kind of interpretability, like mechanistic interpretabilities and at the device independent interpretability. So we shall be covering the various tools in this particular presentation. Now, let us look at how the artificial intelligence has evolved as on date here. So as we know that the artificial intelligence, it took birth in 1950, and in 1950 the artificial intelligence means the machine which has which try to the people which try to mimic the human intelligence in the machine. So this was made possible in 1950 in the form of programming languages. So at that time, some logic programming languages were in place. Prolog and Lisp was the programming languages, and whether my screen is visible, scrolling. Satvik, hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, is it
yes, sir.
is scrolling?
Yes, sir. It's
Visible?
yes, sir. It's visible, and your slide is moving, sir.
Okay, fine. So in 1950, there were two programming languages. One was the Prolog, and the other was the Lisp. So these logic programming languages were theirs, and the people who tried to make the machine intelligence, they used to specify the set of rules here. So using these Prolog languages, the first the medical expert system that was called as Mycin was developed that particular day, and it was having a very limited the intelligence here, and therefore the AI was not appreciated at that particular time, and therefore the people, they started switching from intelligence from programming to the learning intelligence here. And now around 1990 the era of machine learning they started here, and this machine learning is basically a subset of artificial intelligence here. Here basically the machine the intelligence comes from the data itself here, because as on date means 90s the amount of data which was available, it it was plenty in plenty in amounts here, and therefore there are some sort of machine learning algorithms they have been developed, and using that data the algorithms were trained, and they are used to make some sort of prediction as well as classifications here. So using machine learning, some sort of the algorithms which has been made available, they were linear regression, logistic, support vector machine, decision tree, random forest, naive Bayes, k nearest neighbors. So, but the the drawback of this machine learning algorithm was that it requires manual or explicit feature engineering and therefore and at the same time these machine learning algorithms, they work on small data sets here, and it was found that the performance of machine learning algorithm for many use cases, the accuracy was model accuracy was not up to that extent here, and therefore the people started moving from machine learning to the deep learning. So this was the motivation behind switching from machine learning to deep learning. And by the time deep learning came into the pictures here, unstructured big data was already available in the market, and means mostly the data was unstructured, and they were having the high dimensional data here. So that gave rise to the switching from machine learning to the deep learning part here. This deep learning, it started in 2010 here, and this deep learning basically it is a sub part of the machine learning here. Here basically the deep learning architectures they are based on artificial neural networks look at here, artificial networks are those networks basically that try to mimic the intelligence capacity, say the capability of the human, brain here. So the entire, say, the deep learning architectures which are like, say, nowadays available, whether it is a chat GPT or it is a Google Gemini, yeah, it is a bird or anything, any, say, let's say the deep learning model we talk about, they all are basically inherently, they are using some sort of artificial neural networks here. And around 2012 because see why this deep learning became so popular, because by that time big data and GPU and some advanced algorithms was, say, readily available, and that was the requirement. Basically deep learning, basically this is the prerequisite big data, GPU and the advanced algorithm, and therefore deep learning started becoming very popular here. So as on date, various, say, the artificial neural networks based on, like, say, DL, they have been available in the market, and they are being used for different, say, use cases. So now the journey started from artificial neural networks, then, say, convolutional neural networks, recurrent neural networks. There are various variants of RNN. Then we have, like, say, LSTM is there, and currently, like, say, ChatGPT or many more, say, the large language say, models which are available, which are basically inherently using the transformers. So now see, now the question is why there are so many, like, say, artificial neural networks models. Is it so the reason behind is that because a single, like, say, ANN, like, say, deep learning architecture is unable to, like, say, perform for say various use cases here. And that's why various, say, this deep learning architectures have been, say, invented, and they have different, like, say, the accuracy here. So some of the, like, say, the use cases which are basically these deep learning architectures, they are basically being used for, like, say, image recognition, speech recognition, or it could be, like, say, autonomous driving and for the medical diagnosis. So these are some prominent area where, like, say, deep learning architectures are being used, and they are giving very good results here. Now, after that, the era of generative artificial intelligence around 2020 now started. This is the here, as the name indicate, like, say, generative artificial intelligence. It means, like, say, based on the content that it has been, say, taught, it generates, like, say, new content. So if you, like, say, if you give some, like, say, prompts, if the user, like, say, give some suitable, let's say, the prompt, then it generates, like, say, based on the query, it generates the responses here. So and this response, like, say, could be either, like, say, text or images, audio, video, or even, like, say, if you are trying to, like, say, develop some like, say, the code for some particular use case here. So this, like, say, the large language models can, like, say, facilitate in that particular task here. Now, there are certain core models that, like, say, that are basically nowadays they are being used for the generative AI. They are, like, say, large language models, as we said, like, say, GPT, BERT are there. Like, say, again, this is used for the image generations. Diffusion models are there, and auto encoders, like, say, that could be used, like, say, for compression and decompression. There are various, like, say, some populars, like, say, core models, like, say, ChatGPT, DALI is there, GitHub Copilots for code generation, and so this is the journey of about, like, say, generative AI here. Now, after that, like, say, now as on date, now the era of agentic AI has been, like, say, it has already started, and there is a, like, say, paradigm shift here. Like, say, in case of generative AI, it is a it is, like, say, here it is generative, it is generating the passive content, but in case of agentic AI, it is, like, say, if a user is, like, say, giving some sort of, like, say, the prompt, he, like, say, this particular task has to be carried out. So this agents like say which has been developed, they will be interacting with like say various tools as well as like say the LLMs and APIs to perform the task autonomously जो है. So you can say that कि agentic AI, they have the capability to like say how to plan, reason, act as well as adapt to the say the current environment autonomously here. So here in this particular case here, there is minimal like say human interventions जो है. So this is why agentic AI is now becoming very, very popular nowadays here. So this is the like say brief how the journey from like say artificial intelligence, which was rule based and started, and as on date we are in the agentic AI here. Now the question is why artificial neural network is being used in the modern applications. The reason behind this is that the first one is the ability to learn complex non-linear relationship. Nowadays we are in the era of like say big data. So now this big data is getting generated from the various say the IoT devices. You might be knowing that today the horizon of internet of like say internet has been expanding, and it is not confined to like say offices or like say the organizations. Now internet of things, their presence is can be like say found everywhere. Like say it could be like say smart house, it could be driverless car, it could be smart city, or it could be anything here. And therefore the availability of data is as on date, the availability of huge amount of data is like say it has become very easy. And therefore deep learning like say architectures which works on the like say huge amount, they can take a decision on the huge amount of data. And this is why this as on date LLM is like say giving the very good results here. Look at here, because data, you are not going to like say train the machine using either some programming language or by some sort of instructions. Here in the data, we are writing certain like say deep learning algorithm, and these algorithms are able to like say find say the complex structure in the data available itself here. So the first is because we are living in the real world, and the real world data is non-linear, and these like say deep learning models, they are able to find the complex structure hidden in the data itself here. Another important say reason is the data driven decisions, because availability of the huge data, we are going to take the decision. So larger the data, it is always expected that the accuracy of the decision or prediction could be very good here. So like say as on date, various recommendation systems like say Netflix or Amazon, they are making the decisions based on this because they all are data driven decisions here. Now the foundation of deep learning there are various like say deep neural network architectures. They are already in the market, like say the convolutional neural network, recurrent neural networks. Now as on date, like say we have the transformer and many more here. So these like say architectures are already available here, and therefore ANN is like say finding its application in various like say domains. Now another reason is this high accuracy and scalability So this deep learning architecture, they give like say very good like say the accuracy for a particular like say use case. They are scalable in nature. This is very, very important. Why it is so? Because as on date the algorithms like say deep learning say algorithms they run on like they require GPU, and we have the availability in the market of the GPU, and there are like say the very robust cloud platforms like say it could be like say, there are various cloud platforms in the market like say Amazon Web Services are there, Microsoft Azure is there, and GCP is there. So availability of the very rich, like say, cloud platforms and the GPU has made enable, like say, these advanced deep neural network architectures here. Automation of human like task here. So these, like say, deep learning architectures, like say agentic AI जो है, they if you are using, so they can be, like say, the task which was carried out earlier using the human, now they are being, like say, automated. There is a, like say, almost the human intervention was, like say, not there in the workplace जो है. So these are, like say, the various industries where the deep neural networks, they are, like say, making a strong presence, like say healthcare, finances, they are manufacturing, transportation. I mean ki wherever, like say, you can think of this जो है deep neural network architectures जो है, they can have their strong presence जो है. And the most important thing is these deep neural network architectures, they are like say continuously, like say, updating themselves जो है, and they are learning, because these, like say, these artificial neural networks, they are based on, like say, human brain functionalities here. So these are, like say, some measures, say the key application of the deep learning, like say it can be used for the data science, cybersecurity, autonomous vehicles. It could be, like say, it can be used for social media analytics, healthcare, computer vision. It could be, like say, natural language processing and language translation, speech recognition. So these are, like say, some major area where deep neural networks are basically being used. Now, why I have kept this, like say, the talk on artificial neural networks, because the fundamental concepts जो है कि whether we are talking about any kind of, like say, large language models, all the deep neural network architectures, on the background, it is the artificial neural, some sort of artificial neural network is there here. And therefore, understanding of the these artificial neural networks, like say, will enable developing, like say, future, say, the architectures here. So now look at here. First, let us define what is artificial neural networks. So as we said, artificial neural networks, they are basically some sort of machine learning models, and they are basically mimicking the human brain जो है, capabilities जो है. And when we talk about, like say, in the artificial neural networks, we have the neurons, and these neurons are, in the artificial neural networks, there are, like say, a large number of neurons. These neurons are basically connected by means of some connectivity, and these connectivities are basically associated with certain, like say, weight. So there is a concept of weights and biases that we are going to, say, discuss very shortly. There is a concept of activation functions, and there is a learning, say, the models here. So because artificial neural networks, they are basically based on, they are, like say, they are basically mimicking the human brain, say, the intelligence capabilities here. So this is how, like say, this is the biological neuron, how it looks like. So, like say, dendrites, they receive the say, the sensory, say, data here, and they are sent, and they go in the cell body that is called as soma. And this is basically at this place, there is the computation will be performed here, and this computation will be transferred to another through this axons here. So this is the how, like say, biological neuron works here. This is the basically comparative, like said, the difference how biological neurons differs with the artificial neurons here. So this dendrites, in case of biological neurons, dendrites are there, they receive signal from the other neurons, and there is a cell body, as we mentioned, they are used to, like say, process the signals, and there is an axon that transmits the process signals to others here. In case of artificial neural, like say, neurons here, we have the input node, then we have the hidden some layer, and then we have the output nodes here. Now, this is the structure of a single artificial, say, the neural networks here, and look at here. What are the various components of this artificial neuron? So here, this is the neuron, that is basically the core of that, where the computation is basically performed here. So artificial neurons, basically it receives like say a set of features. There are n features. These are called as inputs, x1 to xn. These are the features, and every features they are associated with certain say weight. So these are the weight matrix w1 to wn. So this features is multiplied with the corresponding weight, and we have xi and wi. So this summation of the feature with the weight, then it will be added with like say bias at this neuron, and then the entire then we apply some sort of activation function here, and after that this is the output of the this particular neuron here, and that we call it as a like say the predicted value. This is y caret here. This is y caret equal to g w x plus b here. So w is the weight, w is the weight matrix, x is the input like say the feature vector, and this b is the bias, and g is the basically the activation function that we apply over that, and then it generates some it gives some output that is called as predicted value y caret here. So this is basically the internal working of artificial neuron. Now let us see what is the how the neural networks that we see today in the LLM, how they have been evolved here. So the first neural networks, they came into the picture in 1943, and then 1957 the concept of single layer perceptron came into the pictures, and then as the technology moved further, now as on date we have the era of in the large language models. This is the evolution path. The journey was started perceptron. The journey was started from the perceptron, like say neurons. Then we have the artificial deep learning transformer generative AI to the agentic AI here. Now, the key components of artificial say neural networks. So the first is the input layers, as we mentioned. The network basically receives the data from the input layers here. This input layer, like say the data, it could be like say any kind. Data could be of any kind here. It could be like say it could if it is an image, then the data image will be say the represented in the form of the pixels. It could be like say the data could be like say image, it could be video, or it could be text, or it could be any kind. So this is the input layer is the layer from where the data is say fed to the further layer here. And after that we have the hidden layer. This hidden layer basically there could be one or more hidden layers here. They are the intermediate layer, and what they do, basically they receive the input and they do like say some sort of transformation, say convergence here, and after like say some sort of feature extractions, and like suppose there is some image, and we want to like say identify certain say object in a given like say image here. Say suppose we have an image, we want to identify whether a particular object inside that it is a cat or it is a rat or it is something else here. Then these hidden layers basically try to like say capture certain features of the that particular object. Like say it may like say the initial say hidden layers, they will be capturing the some initial features, maybe some initial say the attributes, and then as the data moves from one hidden layers to another, the entire say object will be captured. So this is how the hidden layers works here. Now, finally, there is the output layers that basically does, depending upon the kind of, say, the task, whether it is a classification task or it is a prediction or decision making, and so this output will be generated here. Now, this is the key components of artificial neural networks here. So as we have this is the architectures. We have the input layers, then we have one or more hidden layers, and finally we may have the output layers. So depending upon the kind of say use case, whether the problem is like say binary classification or multi-class classification or like say text language translation, so the thing will be the number of neurons at different layer will vary from one use case to another use case here. Now there is a concept of weight, right? Now let us look at try to like say understand the fundamental say the concept behind the artificial neural networks here. What is the like say the concept of the weight? So because as we mentioned, the entire artificial neural networks it is composed of like say billions of millions of like say neurons. These neurons are basically interconnected to each other. Like say we have input layers, then we have another like say hidden layers like this. So there is a connectivity. So every like the connectivity is associated with certain like say weights. Weight has like say how much importance is being given to a particular features. So this is the meaning of the weight. Then another we have like say the concept of the bias. It is another like say important like say the model parameters that allows like say activation function to shift the either the it left or right here. So they are basically, so whatever like say xi and wi which we compute, we have to add the bias before applying the activation function here. Normally initially we have to like say the weights as well as biases, they need to be say initialized randomly with very small values here. Now this is how like say artificial neurons basically look like. Look at here. So Z, this is the summation of wixi. We have added the bias, and then we have got the Z, and then we apply like say activation function over this Z, f of Z here. So when we apply like say activation function over Z, it will generate a output here. Now, so this is the concept of like say the activation function. We have to like say depending upon the use case here, we have to select some sort of non-linear activation functions, because in the real say the life, the data on which we are going to train the model, there is non-linearity exists in the there is a inherent non-linearity existing in the data itself here, and therefore we have to use the non-linear activation functions in that very case here. Another important concept of like say ANN is the last function here. As we have mentioned, here we have the input layer, then we have multiple say the hidden layers. So we like say present a particular sample to the models here, and then it will every like say layers will perform some sort of transformation. It will generate some sort of output here. Now, it may be quite possible that the output, the predicted value may not like say match with the actual value here. So there may be some sort of error here. So that we call it as like say loss function here, and therefore we have to minimize the difference between the targeted as well as the actual say predicted as well as the actual say the value here. So some sort of loss function will be say applied. So depending upon the use case here, whether it is a like say classification problems or it is a regression problems here, we have to use some specific loss functions like say mean square error. It will be normally used for the regression kind of say problems. Cross entropy loss, they are used for the classification say the applications here. Now let us look at the working of neural networks here. So basically the first thing is that there is a very important like say algorithm through which artificial neural network is basically being trained, that is called as back propagation algorithm here. So the first step is like say forward propagation. Here the data basically like say moves from like say input layers, and it travels from one hidden layers to another, and these layers are basically performing some sort of like say the transformations, and finally it generates the output here. So this is the first forward propagations here. So now once like say the first like say iteration has been made, means the we have presented a particular like say suppose a image to the model, and it has moved to the last layer, I mean the output layers here. Now we have computed the difference by applying some sort of loss function, and if it is not, say, within the range here, then we have to, like, say, we have to modify the weight as well as biases. So weight and bias, basically, in the artificial neural networks, what we are trying to do here, we are trying to, like, say, optimize the values of the weights as well as the biases, so that the inherent structure that is available in the data can be revealed here. So there is a concept of loss calculation. This is basically, as we have already discussed, the loss calculation is nothing but we are trying to find the difference between the predicted and the actual values here. Then another, say, the next step is gradient calculation. So this is very, very important. Once again, once we have, like, say, calculated the error, then we, like, say, perform some sort of, like, we are using some sort of, like, say, optimization, say, algorithms, or that basically enables to adjust the weight and bias. So how, like, say, gradient calculation will be done, we will, like, say, we shall be discussing in the further slides here. So once, like, say, gradient has been, say, this gradient, like, say, has been calculated, then the updation of the weight and bias in the reverse direction from the output layers to the further to the input layer, basically, like, proceeds. So there are various popular, like, say, this gradient, say, the algorithms, optimization algorithms. So one important optimization algorithm which are in the by default, which are available in various say the libraries, whether you are, like, say, TensorFlow, PyTorch, or any other, like, say, the libraries, it is basically SGD, that we call it as stochastic gradient descents. So these, like, say, TensorFlow or PyTorch, these, like, say, optimization algorithms are inbuilt here. Now, so this entire process, basically, we have to repeat this entire process many times till the difference between, like, say, predicted and the actual values, they are basically within the range here. So one cycle from forward to, like, say, from input to output, and again backward, like, say, from output to the input, that is called as one epoch. So in a particular, like, for the training, for, like, say, suppose you have a particular model and you are training with, like, say, 1,000, say, samples. So for each, you have to, like, say, train the model from these samples here. Now let us, like, say, explain the entire, say, working of this by taking examples that we call it as an email, say, classification. It is a classifier, email classifiers here. Suppose we have, like, say, this particular, like, say, one record, and the values are email ID is 1, email content is like this one, sender is this, subject line and label here. Now we have to classify whether this record, whether it is this email is, like, say, spam or not here. Okay, so now we are going to, like, say, classify this particular, say, email based on some particular keyword here. So we can say that a particular, say, the record, this email is, like, say, set to be a spam if there is a presence of, like, say, free or win or offer. If these, say, keyword feature, like, say, these are some, like, say, if these keywords are available in a particular, say, email, then we can say that this is a, we can classify that this particular email is a spam one here. So for what we are doing, what we are going to do here, we are going to create a input feature vector. So this feature vector will be containing these three, like, say, free, win, and offer, because machine understands, like, say, 0 and 1 here. Okay, and therefore this, because if you look at this particular, like, say, records here, so free is present here, right? Free is present here, like, say, here it is free. Win is not there in this particular record here. Offer is also present here. So here the feature vector will be comprising of what? 1, 0, 1 here. Okay. So this is we are going to, like, say, build artificial neural networks here. Here we have, like, say, input layer, there are three say neurons here. Okay, and the input is the feature vector is what? 1 0 1, that we have already say identified from the record itself here. Okay, now next we have the one hidden layers here, and this the first hidden layer, because there is a single hidden layer, it comprises of two neurons here, say H1 and H2 here. Okay, and so this H1, see this neuron, everyone is say this is what? This is associated with certain weights here. Like say this neuron H1, it has the connectivity from this, like say the input free. It is also having the connectivity from win. It is also having the connectivity from offer here. Like say the offer, this input feature free, it is associated with the first neuron H1 with the weight what? 0.5 here. This free, it is connected with the neuron H2 with the weight what? 0.5 here. So this is what here. So this is the weight associated with H1. So H1 means these three say the features, they are connected 0.5 minus 0.2 from neuron H1, 0.5 minus 0.2, and then we have the 0.3 here. In the same way, neuron H2, it has the connectivity with these three say features, and which are associated the weights what? 0.4, 0.1 and minus 0.5 here. So now what so far what we have done, we have created an input, like say input feature vector 101. We have like say initialized the weights, right, for H1 as well as H2 here. Now we are going to calculate the weighted sum, right? Because at H1, what we are going to do here, W, like say summation of Wi xi here. So W1 x1, W2 x2 plus W3 x3 here. So we are going to multiply. So we have multiplied, like say this. See here, 1 into 0.5 here. Then here this is multiplied with. This is multiplied by this one here. This is multiplied with this one here. So these Wi xi, they have got multiplied at the H1. Now we have got 0.8. We are not considering bias here. So we will be considering later on here. But in this particular architecture, we are not going to consider the bias here. So we have calculated, say, summation Wi xi for the H1. And it is coming out to how much? What? 0.8. And in the same way, we will be calculating the summation Wi xi for the H2. And it is coming out to be minus 0.1 here. Okay. And now we have to, like say, apply some sort of activation function at this particular hidden layer here. Now look at here. At the hidden layer, we are applying the ReLU function, right? Rectified linear unit functions here. So it is a non-linear functions here. And how it, like say, transform the input to the output 1 upon 1 plus e to power minus x here. Okay. So so whatever the value that we have calculated, that is summation of Wi xi. So 1 upon 1 plus e to power minus summation of Wi xi So that we have to say do. So this will generate, look at here, ReLU function, right? So ReLU 0.8 here. So the property of ReLU is what here? It will generate the value x if the value of x is positive. So because it is 0.8, it is positive here, and therefore it is generating the output 0.8 here. And if the value is less than 0 here, so in this very case, it will generate the value 0. It means that particular neuron will not be fired. It will not be, say, activated here. So this is how H1 and H2. So H1, this is the output of the H1, that is 0.8, and H2, the output will be 0 here. So now look at here. So this is the output of H1 and H2. Coming to this part here. Now, whatever the output that we have computed so far here, this will work as an input for the next layer. That is what? Output layer here. Okay. So now we have calculated the output is now known here, and this the weight is associated. Now the same thing, the way we have calculated the summation Wi xi, we will do here. Then we apply the activation function at the output layer here. See here. This is what here. So this is for the first one, output layer. We are using which kind of, say, the activation functions we are using here. here sigmoid, so 1 upon 1 plus e power minus f, this is coming out to be 0.636 here. So because at this the value is coming out to 0.636 and therefore it is a probability here, and because the value is greater than 0.5, and therefore it is the model predicts this particular email is a spam one here. So this is the simplest way to understand how an artificial neural network can be built and how internally it is working, how the activation functions are being applied at the different say layers, how the weights and what is the contribution of the weights here. So this is what here. So we have already, because this is the output value here, it is coming out to 0.636 here, and therefore it will predict it is predicting this particular email is a spam one. Now, the one important the thing is how the artificial neural network is going to learn, because human being, they learns through the experience here, and in the same way the artificial neural networks, we have to show them the data, right? So from data they will learn here, right? So so ANN learns from samples or the instances, and depending upon whether we are the algorithm, it is a supervised one, unsupervised, or semi-supervised, or say reinforcement learning algorithm. If the output is not say within the range, right? So in that very case, we have to minimize the errors here, and then we have to adjust the weights and the biases by using some sort of say the optimization algorithms, so that the model can say generalize and give the accuracy up to the desired label. Now, so this is the say analogy from the single biological say neurons and the single artificial neurons here, right? So in the brain we have the neurons. In the human brain, they are basically connected by means of the synapses, whereas in case of artificial neural networks, they are basically the computation, right? This is the place where computation takes place here. These synapses, I mean the edges, they are associated with weights here. We have to apply some sort of learning and to adjust the weights and the biases. This is how artificial neural models look like here, a single one neurons that we have already talking in the past here. So the output of a particular the neuron Z can be obtained from what? I equal to 1 Wi I equal to 1 to n, right? And then we have to add the bias, and this Z will be applied to the we have to apply activation function over this particular the computed value, and then we get the target, I mean the predicted value here. Now here the goal is the goal of the learning, right? Learning is what here we have to because the output that we are going to get, it may not match with the actual one, and therefore there may be a error here. So the our main theme is we have to apply some sort of loss function depending the problem is regression or it is a kind of classification here, right? So this loss function, when we will apply, it will compute the difference here. So these are the two the loss functions depending upon whether the problem is regression or classification. We may be using mean square error or cross entropy loss. So there are other the loss functions also here. Now there are different type of learning, how the model learns with how the algorithm learns with the data here. So the data learning algorithms, it could be supervised here. So in this very case, there are labeled data. So for each sample, we have the input and output here, right? So another the category of the learning algorithm is unsupervised here. Here there is no the labeled data here, and only the input data here. And here we have to like say there are certain unsupervised algorithms. The large number of unsupervised algorithms, like say learning algorithms, are there, and they try to like use some concept of say clusterings to like say extract the hidden structure in the data itself here. Now another is the learning one is the reinforcement learning say algorithms here, and basically here there is an agent that say interact with the environments here, and for every say the say right action it will be rewarded, and for every wrong action it will be like say given a penalty here. So there are various like say the application like say game playing and robotics where they are using the reinforcement learning accordingly here. Now say neural networks जो है means as say machine learning say models, neural network architectures, they are also like say it could be either supervised, they could be say unsupervised, it could semi-supervised, or like say reinforcement here. So this is the we have here listed some sort of supervised जो है learning algorithms for the neural network, like say perceptron, single layer. This could be used only for the binary classification, yes or no here, like say whether it is hot or it is a cold. So this kind of say application here. Then we have the another say the important architecture that is called as multi-layer perceptron, NLP jo hai, and it is very powerful, and it could be used for say general multi-class classifications. And then we have the CNN, convolutional neural networks. They are basically this kind of architecture. It is very much like say its performance is very good when on the image data here. And then we have like say recurrent neural networks, say the neural say architectures that works on the sequential data. The sequential data like say means the data where there is a relationships jo hai. Like say weather forecasting jo hai, and we have the data because there is a time context associated in the data here. Okay, the decision will be based on the previous one here. So the data could be either like say the textual data, or it could be anything sequential data here. There is another like say variant of say the plain array that is called as LSTM jo hai. That is basically long and short term jo hai memory. So there is the time series dependency. If we have a use case where the decision is say based on some data which is the previous one also. So for that very case, we have to use the LSTM. Okay, so LSTM, another say is the GRU is also there. Now, as on date, like say, as you might be knowing that the most of the say LLM say architectures such as ChatGPT, they are basically using transformers, right? So they are basically being used for like say language, natural language processing tasks, like say language translations, speech recognitions, recommendation systems, computer vision, and the application are limitless here. Okay, so these are autoencoders, so these are certain like say neural network based supervised learning algorithms here. Now, another is the another sort of neural network say algorithm is the clustering algorithms. Here the data is basically unlabeled here. Okay, so these are like say some unsupervised learning algorithms. K means we have like say. So these are various algorithms, and correspondingly we have listed here where these algorithms can find their applicability here. Now, another further in the continuing in the unsupervised itself here, we have another say the class that we call it as a dimensionality reductions here, because there is a huge amount of data available as on date for a particular say the use case here. So if the number of features are very large here, so they will definitely say requires high computations, and it may also introduce like say overfitting and the performance, and thereby the performance of the model will not say deteriorate here, and therefore we would like to like say reduce the number of dimensions of the data, means the feature of the data, so that only relevant say the features could be used to train the models here. So these dimension reductions, these are say PCA is one of the important, say very popular say algorithms in this particular say category here. Now, another say the subcategory in the unsupervised is the association rule. So these are certain say algorithms in this particular category here. And the fourth one is the anomaly detections जो है, तो we have these sort of algorithms under this particular category here. Now, the third, say the learning algorithms, which are based on artificial neural networks, they are basically, they are called as reinforcement learning, where there is a concept of reward and penalty here. So the first one is value-based methods. So in this particular, say the subcategory, these are the algorithms available under this value-based methods subcategory. So Q-learning is there. Okay. Now, another, say, the subcategory in this particular reinforcement learning is policy-based methods. These are some popular, say, the algorithms, and for which particular, say, the use case they are being used, it has been mentioned here. Now, another, say, subclass of the reinforcement learning is model-based reinforcement learning. So these are the certain, say, the learning algorithms. Reinforcement, then we have the multi-agent RL. So these are the examples. And then coming to the next, say, the category that we call it as a semi-supervised learning, right? That we call it as a hybrid. So maybe in some, say, use cases, it may be quite possible that some data may be labeled and most of the data could be unstructured. So in that very case, we have to apply these algorithms, self-training, co-training. These are the some popular, say, the learning algorithms which falls under the category of semi-supervised, and this is called as hybrid learning algorithm here. Another is the self-supervised learning, say, algorithms, and in this particular, in the data, there is no labels, and you have to make a certain, say, the procedures. You have to use certain procedures to generate the labels. These are the examples of, say, self-supervised learning you have. Now, let us look at how the learning is like say take place, how the learning takes place in the artificial neural networks here. So these are the steps, like say pseudocode, or we have written the various steps. The first is we have to like say initialize the weights, right? Weights. And these weights are basically randomly, say, initialized with very small value, maybe in between 0 to 0.01 here. Then we have to use the forward propagation. So the same as we have mentioned, the data, it has to like say move from input layer to the hidden layers, multiple hidden layers to the output layer. The input, then hidden layer and output layer. So this is what forward, that we call it as forward propagation here. Okay. So as it like say comes a particular say neurons, right? So we calculate the summation weighted sum, and then we add the bias, and then we apply the like activation function, we get the output here. Okay. And then we apply the last function here, and we how do we like say compute the last function? So like say mean square error. So here like say the average of actual value y2 minus true value and the predicted value. So mean square error. So this is how we compute the last. So now next step is what? Back propagation. This is the first, like say, first iteration in this particular journey here, right? From input to the output here. Okay. Now once like say we have applied the last function, we got the error. Okay. Now the thing is, we have to minimize the this error here. So for that, the concept of basically the some sort of optimization algorithms that we call it as a gradient descent, right? Gradient descents. They have been say developed, and we have to, how do I say, compute this? What is the basic purpose of this optimization, gradient descent optimization algorithms? They are basically computing, right? How the as we have mentioned, initially the weights are randomly say initialized here. So now the main theme is we have to, in order to train the model to like say good accuracy here, the weights as well as the biases, they need to be set to the optimal value here. So that requires number of epoch here. So this is how here. So this in the back propagation, in the gradient descents we have to calculate what del L upon del W. L is what? Last function here. So we have to make a derivative. We have to calculate the derivative of this last function with respect to the weight here. Okay, so how the weight change will be made here, right? Using the gradient descent. So this is W is the new one, and this W is the old one. So the current updated means the weight that want to update. So W equal to W minus eta del L by del W here. So this one W is the new one. This W is the old one. This is the learning rate here, and here we are differentiating. We are finding the derivative of last function with respect to the weight here. Okay. And this entire process, this is called as one epoch here. So this entire process will be repeated. This is called as learning. So this is called as how do we like say train the model. Okay, so the entire data set passed multiple times, and till learning improves gradually and up to the expected level here. Okay. Now, what is the role of the activation function in this entire circle here? So, as we mentioned in the data, because the machine that we are going to make the intelligence, it learns with the data. So we have to expose the data to the machine here. So because in real life, in the data, there is non-linearity existing, right? Because real life data, they are non-linear in nature here, and therefore we have to use some sort of activation functions to perform to make the transformation here. Okay. Now, let us look at what kind of, there are various different activation functions available for various architectures, and they are being used at different, maybe like say for different use cases. The choice of suitable activation function either in the hidden layers or in the output layers are basically used accordingly here, right? Now let us look at where these activation functions define their say the use case, like say sigmoid function here, right? So we have already like say seen in the previous exam. So sigmoid functions here, basically when we apply the sigmoid function over the weighted sum plus the bias, then it will generate the value in between always 0 and 1. So you can say that if the kind of use case is like say binary classification, then at the output we have to use the sigmoid function here. Another say very important say the activation function that we use at the the inner layer, hidden layers, that is called as ReLU, rectified linear unit here. Okay, and it like say it generates if the value of like say if x is positive, so it will generate the same thing here. If the value of x is say the negative, let's say less than 0, then it will produce the output 0 here. Okay. Now another say the important activation function that is called as tan h, that is also known as hyperbolic say tangent here. This when it is applied activation functions, it will always produce the value in between -1 to 1 here. Okay. Now another is the softmax. So here in the softmax you have it is basically applied at the output layer, and if the kind of the task or the use case is multi-class problems, multi-class problems, it is not. So in this very case we can use the softmax. So it generates the probability. So suppose there is a like say at the output layer there are 4 neurons here. So if we sum the output of all these 4 output neurons here, so it will be coming out to be 1, right? So probability because it is 0 to 1, right? So multi-class problems here. And then another variant of really ReLU is that is called as Riki ReLU here. Okay. So because this ReLU function, it suffers from like say this dying problems here. Like there is a problem that we call it as vanishing gradient problems here. To mitigate this particular problems, one can use the leaky ReLU, right? So and it prevents like say because in case of this ReLU, what is happening here? If the value of x is less than 0 here, then it will generate the value. It will output 0, and therefore that particular neuron will not be fired here. Okay, so thereby that particular neuron will die here. So this dying property can be like say taken care by using the leaky ReLU here. Okay. Now these are some important like say like say libraries, right? Means frameworks, PyTorch, TensorFlow, Keras. These are the various like say frameworks. They are open source like deep learning frameworks. They are available in the market, right? And these say activation function, they are integral part of these say the frameworks here. Okay. Now, this is the diagram that explains the ReLU functions. We have already seen if the value of f of x, what is the property, how it is mathematically defined here. F of x, if it is x, if the value of x is greater than 0, then it will produce the same thing. If it is less than 0, then it will generate the 0 here. Okay. Now, this is how, like say, how do you like say using the say the PyTorch chart, PyTorch, how do we like say access this ReLU shape function here? Suppose we have imported this imported torch, right? This particular library here, okay, and then we have we are defining the ReLU function. We are invoking this ReLU set of function. So r equal to nn dot. This is the object dot ReLU. So it is being invoked here. And suppose we have this data 1, -2, 3, and -5 here. So what output when we apply the like say ReLU activation function? What output it will generate? Because it is 1. Because it is positive, it will be the same thing here. These -2 is say negative, and therefore it will generate 0 here. 3, the same thing here. -5, it will be 0 here. Okay. So this program indicates like say how ReLU. Now there is a really leaky ReLU here. There is a slight modification, and the dying problem that was say persisted in the previous say the activation function, it was taken care in this case of the leaky ReLU here. Here, if the value of look at here, when x is positive here, then it generates the same thing. Look at here, linear value. It will have the linear so the value here. But if it is like say if the value of x is less than or equal to 0, right? So this is the slope, right? Okay. So alpha into x, right? And the value of this is alpha is very say it is chosen a very small value, that is 0.001 here. Okay. So in this very case, it will overcome the dying problem of the neurons here. Okay. Now, how like say we invoke this ReLU leaky ReLU? So this is what here. Suppose we have this one 1, -2, 3, and -5 here. Okay. Here we have made certain like say we have applied on this particular object, and then we have applied the leaky ReLU, which is a part of like say this framework PyTorch library. And this 0.2 we have passed this one here. So it will generate this one here, right? By using the same like say formula. Okay. Now another say variant of ReLU is the parametric, like say this parametric ReLU, right? And how that is how it is being parametric ReLU activation function mathematically defined here. So when we apply the parametric ReLU activation function over x, so if the value of x is say positive, then it will generate the same x. But where it is like say, if it is less than, then it is alpha x here. Now see in the previous one here, it was like say it was set constant, but here it is learned parameters, right? Alpha is basically it is learned, and that controls the slope or the negative outputs here. So it is not fixed. This is the difference in from the previous say the activation function here. Okay. Now another variant of this activation function is that we call it as the exponential linear unit, and it is mathematically defined as like say ELU equal to x equal to x if it is greater than 0. Otherwise, alpha into e power x minus 1 here. So depending upon kind of use case that you are taking up, you have the selection of appropriate activation function at the hidden layer as well as output layer is very, very important because it will play a vital role in improving the model accuracy. Right, sigmoid activation functions, right? How it is being defined here? It is defined as 1 upon 1 plus e power minus z here. Okay, so and it will always generate the output in between 0 and 1 here. This is how like say this is the small code how like say we call the sigmoid function here, right? So now this is another hyperbolic say this tan h hyperbolic activation function. It is being defined under e power x minus e power minus x plus e power x plus e power minus x here, and it will generate the value always in -1 and +1 here. Okay, this is the softmax. So here the output will be always in between 0 and one here, right? So every activation function, they are associated with certain attributes. So selection is very, very important for a particular use case here. Okay, so these are a tabular representation where we have summarized all the major activation functions that we have talked very shortly here. Okay, what is the formula and what is the range of the output where we have to use it, right? So you can go through this one here. So now, coming to the taxonomy of the deep neural networks here, right? So as we mentioned, since like say the perceptron, we have different say the artificial neural networks, deep neural network architecture has been made available in the market here. So this is the taxonomy here. The first one is that we call it as a feed forward deep neural network. Feed forward deep neural networks here. The examples is artificial neural network. The ANN is there, multi-layer perceptron is there, convolutional neural network is there. So this is the example that falls under the category of the feed forward, right? Okay, ResNet, DenseNet, they are basically under this particular category here. Another category of the architecture that we call it as a recurrent. So recurrent means the output is like say fed back to the node itself here. The example of recurrent neural network, that is what RNN, LSTM, GRU is there. Another like say generative AI so the examples of this is auto encoders, VAE generative adversarial network is the example of generative AI architecture. Now, the transform attention-based deep neural network architecture. The most important one is the transformers, right? Let's say GPT, BERT, or many. You can talk about any say the large language models. So transformer, where attention-based, right? Say attention mechanism, because transformer it works on the attention mechanism. It is the core heart of the this one here. Okay, so this is the that gives the taxonomy of the deep neural networks here, right? Feed forward networks, there is single layer perceptron, multi-layer. There is one input layers, multiple hidden layers, then output layers here, right? Now another is that we have the convolutional neural networks. They are basically very much suited for the spatial data. What is spatial data? Spatial data are basically those data which has a relationship about their neighbors. Like suppose we have image, right? So image in like say the in the image are basically represented in the form of like say pixels values here. So every pixel they have certain there is a position, there is a like say they are associated with like say some location, and there is a relationship of this particular pixel with the neighborhood. So that is what spatial data here. So for spatial data, CNN basically they work very well here, right? Next, we have the radial basis function networks. This is another kind of. We have recurrent neural networks. So as we mentioned earlier, this recurrent neural networks, they are basically they outperform on the sequential data, like say time series data or some the text data, like say some natural language processing. If you want like say perform some language translation from converting French to German or some other. For that particular application, we can use the recurrent neural network. There are two variants of this RNN that we have, the LSTM and GRU here. And then we have the auto encoders. So this is another kind of ANN. This is basically here the learning is unsupervised, and there is basically it works on the principle of compressing the data, and finally it is reconstructing, right? So there is a encoder and decoder here, compressing the data and then reconstructing the original compressed data here, right? So these are some variants of the auto encoders which are available in the market here. So these are the some popular applications where auto encoders are being basically used here, like say dimensional reductions, feature extraction, image denoising, and compression. So these are certain say applications where auto encoders, deep neural network architecture are basically find application. Then we have the generative adversarial networks here. This is another say class here, and they are, as the name indicates, generative adversarial networks here. They generate some new realistic data, right? Data could be anything. This data could be image. So if you are interested, you may be interested in generating some image, audio, text, or anything, right? Okay. So the core of this basically GAN, they contain like say a generator and discriminator here, right? So these are certain say popular applications where nowadays GANs are basically being used here. Okay. Now next, as on date, we have the transformer networks here, right? So they are basically transformer. They are basically they have the model, they have the relationship between all elements in a sequence. See, they are very like say they work in like say parallel, right? Okay, and the transformer based like say deep neural networks. That's why they require a GPU. Why? Because most of the processing is basically done in parallel. So and core of this is what self-attention mechanism. So these are like say some popular large language models based on this particular. So the main component of a transformer, this is the first one is the self-attention, multi-head attention, positional encoding, feed-forward neural network, residual connectivity, and layer normalization. So these are the core components of any particular transformer. Now, so these are the two main components of this one here. Why transformers are powerful? Because there is a parallel processing. It requires parallel processing, and that's why they are transformer are like say more faster as compared to recurrent neural networks here. And this transformer, they also capture long-term dependencies in the data. Suppose we have some text data summarizations like this one here. So because they in the text every say tokens their position is recorded, and it has a dependency at which particular position a particular token is there here. Okay, so these are some popular like say application of transformers as on date. Now another say class is the graph neural networks. So these basically these kind of say architectures, they have been designed to learn from graph structured data. So these are certain say the applications where GNN can be used. Now another important say the principle that we have to understand is optimization, right? So as we have mentioned, when we have computed the last function, right? When we applied the last function to compute the difference between predicted and the actual value, okay, then we have to calculate the gradient descent of that one here, right? To minimize the loss, right? So we have to adjust the weight as well as biases, right? So how weight and biases are basically updated during every epoch here, right? So for that, we have to use some sort of optimization algorithms here, right? So various optimization algorithms, they are basically available for different say architectures, right? So look at here how like say optimization algorithms works here. Here we have the last function, say last function L. Here we have the actual and the predicted value. Actual and predicted value. We have to apply the last function. We calculate the difference, and then we have to tune the model parameters. We have to adjust the model parameters. That is what weights and the biases. So this is the goal of the optimization algorithms. We have to optimize the model. We have to tune the model parameters so that the loss between predicted and actual value could be within the range here. Okay, so the selection of a particular suitable optimization, say the algorithm, it depends upon whether it is providing a faster convergence, whether it avoids local minima, or it like say whether it is able to handle the large scale of say data, right? Whether it has the property of generalizing the models, right? Whether it give a stable say training, right? So these are some salient and desired property of optimization algorithm. Okay. Now look at here. This is one important say the optimization algorithm that are basically used in the deep neural network, that we call it as a gradient descent here. Here we have at the x-axis we have the weight here. Here we have at the y-axis we have the cost or the here cost, right? So here we have to minimize it, right? Okay. So here, like say, look at here, gradient descent. So initially, because the weights at the particular, like say, weights are randomly say the initialized with small values here, right? So definitely the predicted and the actual value, there will be a difference here. So we have to apply the last function, right? And now the question is, with what step we have to either move the value of, we have to either increment or decrement the value of weight here, right? So we have to calculate the gradient descents, right? The chaining rule will be applied, right? Look at here, gradient descents, right? We have to calculate the gradient of the loss with respect to the weight here, okay? And we have to choose a particular suitable size, right? Step size here. Here we have the weight. Look at here, at this point here, we are finding the local minima here, right? And here the error is minimum, right? Error is minimum, and all the weights are basically weights and the biases. They have attained their its final value here. Okay. So what are the like say how this gradient descent algorithms they say works here? So first thing is that we have to initialize the parameters, right? Model parameters. What are the model parameters? They are the base weights and the biases, right? So we have to initialize randomly these model parameter with some random values. Then we have to compute the gradient, right? We have to calculate the derivative of this particular loss function with respect to the weight here, right? And then we have to update these model parameters. How the model parameters, like say the weights will be updated by using this particular formula. This is the new one, this is the old one, this is the learning rate here, and then here J is the derivative, and we are applying to the theta key here. Okay, so this is the way how they like say the updation of the weights and biases will be done using some sort of gradient descents, like say algorithm. Here, there are various, there are some sort of variants of the gradient descent. One is called as stochastic gradient descents. So here, when we are trying to like say adjust the weights here, so there is quite possibility that the global minima or local minima may reach, right? So we have to select like say step size in such a fashion that we should come to the local minima, right? Local minima could be there, but it should not be falsely understood here, right? So because if you are like say moving this side here, right, this weight here, because global minima, this is the desirable say the value here. Okay. Now, so this is the steps in case of the gradient stochastic gradient descent. So select a like say training samples. We have to compute the gradient of the loss function, and then we have to update the model parameters here, right? This is another say variant of this that we call with a momentum, right? Momentum. So here in the formula we have to use another say the attribute that we call it the momentum. Okay, so this is the formula that is used for updating the weights and biases using this particular formula here. Okay, now there are some advanced optimizers are also like say invented and they are available. So they are being used in the say the neural network, say the architecture, that is Yadav, right? So this is the formula that can be used for the updation, right? Another is like say that RMSP, RMS Prof is there. This is the formula with which the updation will be done here, right? They are basically mathematics based here. Another like say is the atoms. So you might have seen that by default in the most of the say the neural networks like say framework, whether it is a TensorFlow, whether it is a PyTorch, right, or any like say this one, Adam is by default it is the optimizers, right? So here these are the steps how like say how it is being it is working. Okay. So another is, so this is the comparison like say tables among the different kind of optimizers, right? So like say we have the SGD, we have the momentum, we have the RMS prop, Adam, like this one here. So like if you see this Adam here, so here if you are using this optimizer, so in this very case it is very very fast here. Convergence is very fast here. It is stable algorithms here. Very high stability is, as far as stability is concerned, very high here. Memory जो है requirement medium here, and in the most like say the framework TensorFlow like this it is available as a default options here. Okay, so depending upon if you are a beginner or say teaching, so you might be using say SGD or Momentum. For the deep learning, CNN or ANN, it will be Adam is there. RNN time series, it is RS Prof or Adam. Small data set, it is this one here. So selection of a suitable optimizer for a particular use case is very, very important here. Okay. Now, look at here, training a neural network. This we have already seen here, right? So, because this is how a particular say neural network model is trained here, right? Here we have like say one input layer that contains two neurons, one say hidden layer that contains two neurons, and the output layer we have two neurons here, right? It is a binary. It is not a binary classification. It is a multi-class classification here, right? So look at here. Suppose you want to understand the working of this particular, say, the artificial neural network architectures here, how it works here, right? Suppose you have been given an input, right? Inputs are given. So inputs are given, right? These are the two values, right? And the output, it is a labeled data, right? It is a labeled data. Here, these are the inputs, and the corresponding input, we have the output 0.01 and 0.99, right? And we have to use like say backpropagation algorithms, right? And we have to train it, right? So let us understand how the learning basically takes place, right? How the weights and biases basically say changes, and how the weights are basically updated, right? Okay, so this is what the inputs are basically. These are the two inputs, right? This is the fed. They are available from the input layers, right? And they go from they are fed to the hidden layers here, right? So hidden layer जो neurons हैं, they will perform the computation, right? And then we perform the activation function, and then we will get the net input here. Okay, and this will be passed. This will work as an input to the output layer, and this process basically. This is what here. This is the basically feed forward network, right? It is not a like say back. We are not applying the say the back propagation algorithm. It is explaining how the feed forward network works here, right? Look at here. So here we have two, say the neurons at the input. The value associated with these features are the 0.05. It is for 0.10 here, right? So we have to calculate the here we have to calculate what summation of wi xi here, right? So here what is w1 y1 w2 y2, and then we have to add a base bias. So bias for the hidden layer h1 and h2 both are the same. That is what 0.35 here. Okay, so this is what here. So we have added here. So net h1. So we have applied. We have put the value here. So the output of this is what net h1 of this particular the first neuron of the first hidden layer. It is coming out to be what 0.3775 here. Okay, now we have to apply some say activation function. Here we are applying which function? Sigmoid function here, right? So sigmoid function, as we have already seen the property here, 1 upon 1 plus e power minus x, right? So the value that we have computed here, that is what net h1 is what 0.3775 here. So 1 upon this is coming out to be this one here. So this is the output of the h1. This is the output of the h1. That is the first hidden layer of the first neuron. Now this will be working as input to the next layer, that is the output layer, right? So this is what here. In the same way, we can calculate this out h2, and it is coming out to be this one here. So this will be working as input to the second, say the layer, that is what output layers here. Okay, now look at here. This is how. So now at the second, this net. This is how do we like say get this one here? Net the output of the output layer. So W5, this one plus this multiplied by this one plus B2 here, right? So this is net 0, 1. It is coming out to be this one. The same way we calculate the then after calculating this one here, we have to apply what? We have to apply the activation function here, right? Activation function is the already known here. Okay, so 1 upon 1 plus e to power minus x, and it is generating the output, this one here. Okay, now in the same way, we can calculate the value of out 0 2. It is coming out to be this one here. So now after that, now we have to compute what last. We have to because we have to see that because it is a labeled data. So the output may not match with the predicted the actual values here. So we have to calculate the last function, that is the error total, that is what summation of 1.2 target minus output का square, right? So here that we have to E total, that is E01 plus E02. It is coming out to be this one here, right? In the same way, so this error has been calculated, right? Now we have to minimize it, right? So for that, we have to use the this is how. So this is actually internally how the artificial networks how the weights are basically getting updated, right? So I hope this concept is clear to everybody. Now the backward propagation, we have to adjust the weights here, right? Then we have to minimize the output errors, and the error will be fed propagation. The error will be like say the weight will be adjusted, right, backward to forward here. Okay. So this is another examples here that is using the back propagation algorithms here, right? So as we mentioned, when you are going to calculate the error, right? So here, we have to find the derivative of error with respect to the weight here, right? So this del E total divided by del W5 here, right? So here the cascading, the chaining rule will be applied, right? And these value will be say the computed, and we can find the error in this very case. So here it is being calculated here, and so this is the mathematical so the calculations that indicates how the various components they works properly till the weights and biases are basically set to the optimal value here. Okay, so this is the entire working. Now let us take a simple example, a multi-layer like say the perceptron, and we have a data. We have been gave data, that is the MNIST data here, and this data is in the form of the image, right? And what is the image? It is basically handwritten digits 0 to 9 here, right? And we have to like say devise a classifier that is based on artificial neural networks to classify, to recognize that whether it is a zero, which particular digit is it is, right? So it is a multi-class, say the classification problems here. So we may be using the framework. You can use the framework, either TensorFlow or the Keras here. So because here we are using the at the input layers, because it is a digit, and therefore the digit has to be converted into a particular, like say, because every digit it will be having certain say weight and having the height and width here, right? So the number of pixels, the every digit will be represented by means of certain pixels. So what is the height, what is the width here? So we have to multiply these two, right? So it will be giving, so every digit will be represented by how many pixels? 784. So at the input layer, how many neurons will be there? 784. Okay, and the hidden layers, they will be trying to like say capture the some particular feature of the digits, so that the final digit can be say identified here. Okay, in the output layer, how many neurons will be there? 10, right? 10 neurons, because there are 10 digits that need to be identified here. Okay, so in the learning process, the initial layers, what they will be learning, what feature they will be learning. So early layers, they will be capturing the edges of the image, whereas the middle layers, they will be capturing the shapes of the data, and finally the final layer will be like say making the predictions, the particular digits. It will like say combine the edges and shapes and strokes to make the final digits for the prediction here. Okay, so this is the problem understanding, right? So I hope that the problem is clear. Okay, we have MNIST data, and we have to devise a multi-layer like say artificial neural networks, and that has to make a say the classification here. So for building this particular, like say the artificial neural network say models here, we are readily available with the training images. 60,000 training images are there, right? And test images are 10,000. So the training and test images are there, and each image, each digit image, they are being like say represented in the form of the pixels 28 by 28, right? So this is what 28 by 28. It is coming out to be say 784 neurons here, right? And we are using the grayscale pixels here. So input layer, there will be how many neurons here? 784. that we call it as a flattened, right? And hidden layers, they will be used for the feature extraction, and output layer there will be 10 neurons here. So this is how we are going to decide how many layers will be there, how many neurons will be there in the input layer, or in the hidden layer, or in the output layers here. Okay. So now this is the implementation, right, of this particular, say, how we are going to train this particular model here. The first thing is that we have to import the NumPy, Matplotlib, TensorFlow. We are using this framework. TensorFlow is a framework here, right, Keras. And then say at the input layer, we have a fully connected, right? So that many, say, number of neurons. So they will be doing what? They will be converting 2D image to the 1D, like say feature vectors here, because the image is two-dimensional, right? Height and width here, right? So we have to convert this the pixels in the 2 dimension into the 1 dimension feature vectors here. Okay, and we are using one hot encoding, right? And after that, like say, we have to load the MNIST data, right? So for that, this is the command MNIST dot load data here. Okay, and then for each image, how many features will be there? 28 by 20, because each image is 28 by 28. So this many features will be there. Okay. Now look at here. Next thing is what? We have to normalize the pixel values here, right? And so we have to divide this by 255 here, so that we can convert the pixel values in the value in the range 0 to 1 here, right? And then we have to apply the one hot encoding labels here. This is the way here. So finally, if it is like, say, if it is a digit 3, so you will get, like, say, how many neurons are there at the output layers? There are 10 neurons here. So at, like, say, this is the first, second, this is the third, this is the 0 digit, this is the 1 digit, this is the third 2 digit, this is the 3 digits here. So this particular value will be set as 1. So this is basically, it is identifying it is the third digit here. Okay. So building a multi-class multi-layer AN, say here we are using the sequential, right? Because there is an input layer, multiple, like, say, hidden layers here. So first step is that we have to call this one here, flatten input size 28 by 28. Then we are using the hidden layer, right? What the hidden layer is going to do here? What the very first hidden layer will do? It will extract the feature. Which feature? Edges of, it will capture the edges of that particular digits here, right? So for that, how many layers, how many neurons will be using at the first hidden layer? 128, right? And what acquisition function we are using at this particular place? ReLU. At the second hidden layers, right? Which feature we are going to, like, say, capture? Shapes of the digits here. And in this way, we have chosen to, like, say, use 64 neurons at the second, and the activation function is the ReLU here. And finally, because it is a multi-class problem here, and therefore at the output layers, we have used the 10 neurons here, and the activation function is the softmax here, right? So now coming to the this part here. So this is there, and then finally, we have to. So what this hidden layers does? So this is the purpose. As the data moves from one layer to another, they will capture either the horizontal, vertical edges and simple strokes here, right? Okay. Hidden layers, like, say, 64, this is the ReLU function that will make the transformations here. Output layers, so this is the mathematical function with which it will be going to make the transformation, right? And finally, we have to compile the model dot compile, right? Okay. And which performance metric we are interested for the model? Accuracy here, right? So metrics equal to accuracy here, right? And these are Adam, cross entropy, and accuracy, right? So Adam, why we are using? Because this is used for the, like, say, setting the learning rates here for the multi-class cross entropy, because it is a multi-class problem here, right? Training the models here, right? So because we have the large number of samples, images here, right? So they need to be presented to the models, right? So the model, the weights and the biases need to be like, say, converge, right? So we have to repeat a number of epoch, right? Okay. So during every epoch, there will be forward propagation and then last computation, backward propagation, and wait update. This forms, or this is basically, this is one, this one epoch here. Okay. This is the now visualize. If you want to look at what is happening inside this one here, so you can. This is the code for that one here, right? So this you can see how the learning takes place here, right? Now finally evaluate the model. Once the model has been trained on the training data, then you have to test right the model, because we have made certain the samples as a test data here, so you can test the data, right? So if you apply you evaluate the model on the test data, so it is giving training accuracy is coming out to be 98%, whereas the test accuracy is coming out to be 90, around in between 97 to 98%. This is very good predictions, right? So this multi-layer the perceptron when presented with the amnesty data, right? So it is giving a very good accuracy here, right? So this is basically why we have taken this particular examples. So we have taken you must be able to understand how the in order to detect a particular digits so what different hidden layers of what internal or what feature they are going to extract one after another hidden layers here, right? So I hope that this thing is clear to everyone. Now the same thing you can implement the same problem by using the CNN also, right? So far we have implemented this MNIST data with the AN multi-layer perceptron. The CNN can also be used here. So this is what is the limitation of multi-layer perceptron here, right? So the limitation of this multi-layer perceptron is because it flattens images, right? So because CNN as we have mentioned, the CNN is very powerful in dealing with the spatial data, right? Image data here, right? So because in the spatial data, the location of the pixels and the neighborhood relationship with that particular data pixel is preserved, right? So and therefore it gives a much better performance as compared to this one data when it is being represented in the grid form here, right? So CNN solutions it preserves the spatial locality here. It learns edges, shapes, and digits here. So as it moves, right, convolution and pooling layers here, it will try to capture edges. It try to capture some shapes, and finally it will build the digits here, right? And the very important feature of CNN as compared to the multi-layer perceptron is what? There is a parameter sharing is there in case of CNN, which is not in case of multi-layer perceptron here, because there are large number of parameters. The larger the parameters, it will make the model more complex. If it is more complex, then it will be taking the large computations. Convergence problem will also be there here, right? So due to parameter sharing, the convolution neural networks, it will give better accuracy as compared to the for the same use case as compared to multi-layer perceptron, right? So we have implemented here CNN architecture for the same handwritten digit recognition. So input here we have one more 28 by 28 into 1 here, right? So first convolution layers, it will be used to detect the edges. Then we apply over this, we have the ReLU activation function over this one here. Then this is basically stack of layers, right? Stack of layers here, convolution layers, then max pooling there. Then again the convolution layers, then we have the max pooling later, and finally we have the flatten. Okay, so these these earlier the layers, they will try to, because convolution neural networks they are here there is no manual feature extractions, right? The network will be able to extract the features, it will be able to extract the the shapes. It will be able to capture the edges, right? So this features will be automatically captured by the max pooling as well as the convolution layers here. And finally, it will be the features will be fed to the flattened layers, and then it will recognize the digits. This is the flow diagram of the working of the CNN architectures here, right? This is the the code for the CNN. how this could be implemented by using the TensorFlow, using the CNN here, right? So loading the data sets here, right? Then analyzing the pixels values here, right? And then reshaping the CNN, okay? And using the one hot encoding here, and then loading the data. So this is what, right? Look at here. Here, the model is a sequential model, a stack of layers, right? That is what convolution layers, then pooling layers, max pooling layers. Again, the convolution layers, the pooling layers. That's why it is called as sequential, right? So here convolution layers, right? So the first convolution layer, what this is the way it is being say implemented. There are 32 filters are there. The kernel size is 3 by 3 here. Activation function, we are using the ReLU function here, right? And the input say 28 by 28 because each digit, each image, what is the size of this? 28 by 28 here, right? And then we apply the max pooling, right? So this is the here the first we have the convolution layers, then we have the max pooling, then we have the second layers, that is the convolution layer 2, that detects which feature it detects. It detects the shape, right? So here we are using the 64 filters. The size is 3 by 3, and the activation function is ReLU here. Sampling we perform here, and then after that we call the flatten, right? And what this flatten does, it makes the feature vector, right? It makes the feature vectors here, and this feature vector is basically fed to the which one here? Fully connected layers. So that is what dense layer. There are 128 neurons are there, okay, in this fully connected layers, and activation function that we are using is ReLU here. And finally, we are using the output layers, and in the that is called as dense layers. And there, how many layers, how many neurons will be there in the output layer? 10 layers there. Activation function we are using which one here? Softmax. Why softmax? Why softmax only? Because it is a multi-class classification problems. That's why we have used softmax here, right? Okay, so this is what how the learning is basically being done layer by layer. How when the data moves here, so the first convolution layers, what it detects, vertical edges, horizontal edges, diagonal strokes, right? So they are basically captured during the first convolution layer and the max pooling. Okay, and then we have the second is a convolution layers that involves like say 64 filters. So here which feature we have extract? Corners, curves, and digit components here. And finally, dense layer, what it does here? It combines all the extracted features you have, right? And to make the feature vector here, okay, that will be used for performing the reasoning, right? So softmax that will show the digit probabilities you have, okay. So look at here. So we now by using the CNN, we compile the models, then we train the CNN models here, right? So testing means splitting the entire data sets into the training and testing, 80 and 20, right? Split, right? For validation 20% and 80% for the training. Okay. Now then finally we evaluate the model performance here, right? So here we are going to calculate the evaluate the models. Okay, so we are interested in getting the test key accuracy. So here it is what 98% to 99% here, right? Okay, so now look at here why this CNN model for the same use case. Here the performance is a bit like say better as compared to when it is being implemented using the multi-layer perceptron here. We have already mentioned there is a parameter sharing in this very case here, right? So it generalizes much better here, right? And it is fast as well here. Okay, it is powerful. So this is what, and now so CNN is naturally CNN is a natural extension of ANN, right? Because it here it captures the local connectivity, weight sharing, and pooling, and therefore CNN extends ANN by learning special meaningful features, these, right, directly from the images here, right? So there is no loss of information, and that's why the accuracy of the model is better as compared to multi-layer perceptron, right? So this is the comparison between multi-layer perceptron and CNN, right? Special information in case of multi-layer perceptron it is lost, where in case of CNN it is always preserved. Parameters, too many parameters are there in the multi-layer, where it is in CNN because parameter sharing it is low here, right? Interpreted, this is very important. Interpretability in case of multi-layer perceptron it is weak here, right? Whereas in case of convolution neural network it is a strong one here, right? So if you want like say learn the internal work. If a particular like say model has made some sort of predictions, so if you want to know how the prediction has been made, right, for this particular the samples, so the interpretability in case of multi-layer cluster time it is poor, whereas in case of CNN it is much stronger. You can understand the internal working much better here, right? Accuracy is better here as compared to the NLP, whereas the CNN it is better, much is better. Now coming to the this is now we have to say the completed the first part of our presentation. Now coming to the moving to the another part of the presentation, that is called as artificial neural network interpretability, right? So may I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
How
You
much
are
time?
audible, sir.
How
Yes,
much
sir.
time?
Sir,
How
we
much
are
time is left?
sir, we are already running late for the next
Yes, sir.
session.
We have exceeded our time, sir.
More than 20 minutes we have already exhausted for the next session.
So shall we जो है cover this ANN interpretability or shall
Sir,
stop it?
it's actually, sir, next session is already
Yeah.
expert is
Yeah,
Sir,
already
actually,
joined.
many of the representatives have asked that you should have shared for the PPT. So, sir, we can share it on social media. We can get on that.
And
Okay,
sir,
fine.
when this session is very highly informative,
yes.
and all the participants are giving the positive response, and I think many of the participants are really blessed to
Yes.
have this conceptual and basic conceptual fundamental knowledge that you have shared today.
Yeah.
If anyone from the participant side,
Yeah.
if want to
If there is
ask,
like say the queries from the participant side, it will be most welcome to hear from the
participant,
participants.
please,
Please ask some
if
queries.
if you have any question or doubt, if you can always welcome, and please unmute yourself. You can directly
Satvik,
ask.
there were questions in the above.
Yeah.
I think just
No, so there is no.
we have in our chat box in starting.
So,
No.
if there is any question, then I would be happy
Please,
to listen them.
participant, if anyone want to ask
Yeah.
something, sir is ready to clear the doubts.
Yeah.
If even participant can directly contact to our head of department via email, and if they want some fundamental expertise in the field of machine learning and AI, they can directly contact also. As I'm not getting any kind of question from the participant side, and we are running little short time. So, sir, I'll conclude the session.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Okay, okay.
Please conclude.
So with uh, these words, I am going to thank you very much, sir, Professor Rakesh Kumar, sir, for your highly informative session on artificial neural network and model interpretability in machine learning and deep learning. Your session really provided the clear and detailed understanding of how neural network function and how interpretability technique help us to analyze and explain model behavior. I particularly appreciate the way you have conducted theoretical concept with the practical examples, making it easier for us to grab the complex idea in the structure and engineering manner. Your expertise and clarity in presenting such an important topic was truly valuable, and the insight shared will certainly help us enhance both our research and teaching approach in AI. Really, sir, thank you. We are really blessed to have your session, and it's a really very highly informative session. So, thank you once again, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Satvik Vats and Santanu jo hai, for taking a lot of pains in like say conducting such a smooth way of this jo hai, online mode of the FDP jo hai. Your like say the coordinations are very like say important, and you people are I am seeing continuously and sitting in every like say sessions. I have seen that you people have like say coordinated this FDP very say a nice way jo hai. Thank you once again for all the participants for the patience hearing, because this presentation was a little bit like say mathematicals, and that's why it took jo hai, some more times beyond the stipulated time periods. Sorry for that. Thank you. If you permit, then I shall leave the
Yes,
meeting.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Once
sir.
again.
Thanks a lot.
Now
Okay.
over to you, Santanu Sai, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Satvik, sir. If I'm okay, at the back team, do we have Dr. Prakash Yadav, sir?
Yeah, sir is also here.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Okay. We now move on to the ninth session on the topic reward modeling in mechanistic interpretability. It is my great honor to introduce respected Dr. Prakash Yadav, sir, as a distinguished academician, researcher, and author, currently serving as an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Madan Malaviya University of Technology, MUT Gorakhpur. Dr. Prakash Yadav sir has over 17 years of rich teaching and research experience. He earned his PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Ekati, Uttar Pradesh, with research on fusion of medical images in the wavelet domain, and completed a postdoctoral fellowship at IFCE, Brazil. His research expertise spans digital image processing, medical image fusion, AI, machine learning, expandable AI, federal learning, IoT-based intelligence systems, and healthcare applications. He is a prolific author, having written and edited over 25 international books with publishers like Elsevier, Springer, CRC Press, Ville Souvenir. His textbooks on programming in C, C++, Python, and blockchain are widely used, and he has published extensively in high-impact SCI, SCIE, and Scopus Index General and top international conferences. Professor Dr. Satprakash Yadav is also an innovator, holding multiple Indian patents in areas like medical image recognition, IoT, and federated learning. As an academic leader, he has organized and coordinated IEEE international conferences, served as books series editor and associate editor for multiple international journals, and mentors students and researchers worldwide. His dedication to research excellence, innovation, and global collaboration makes him an outstanding resource for his FDP. We are truly honored to have him with us today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Satprakash Yadav, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sai sir, and thank you very much for your valuable words. And my PPT is visible to you, sir,
Yeah,
and
sure,
audible
sir.
as well. I'm audible
Yeah.
as well. Yeah. So
Yes,
could I
sir.
start my session?
Yeah, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sure.
thank you again, and good evening to all of you. So I am starting here my session with the today's topic. My topic will be the reward modeling in the mechanistic interpretability. Actually, first of all, I would like to focus and light on the reward modeling. What's the reward modeling actually, and what it will be do, right? Reward modeling is not just a modeling of any problem or something. It's a optimization technique. It's a optimization technique which will have ability to select the best part or as a worst part. But there are two optimization rules used for. In general format, the people are used to find the optimization in the best value. But in the other part of the applications, there are some problems and some algorithms work for the best find to best part of the problem. Like I would like to take the example here with the best and worst, right? So both part we need to do as a engineering part, as a academician, as a technical people. We are here today to analyze, conclude the things. So I will move from this title description beyond, and then go to the academic, then industry, then AI. So I will focus my speech in the three section, divided in the three segment, and we'll cover into that. So right now I am discussing about the title, what I am taking here, and what it is, why I am taking this title today for this session. So reward modeling we are focusing here. So basically it is used to fetch the max optimization value. So what the optimization is actually, optimization is work for the either max or mean. There are two purpose to of the optimization. So though in the our scenario, in the our academic life, in the bachelor life, we have already learned in the mathematics. We have learned the critical path method. That is called CPM, critical path method. That was called CPM. Why it is used? It is used to find the maximum value of from one places to another places, right? It is used for the places. You may take it for the your problem value. You may take it for the your distance. You may take it for the solution. You may take it for the prospect of the time, prospect of the cost, prospect of the compilation process. So, though if you work for the cost calculation, you need to apply the CPM, not you need to apply the as is minimum spanning tree. We have already learned in the same thing in the BTech. There are two things we have learned study in the BTech. One is the CPM, otherwise in the spanning tree. Though CPM was used for the maximum optimization, and spanning was used for the minimum optimization. So optimization, both are working for the optimization. The purpose was changed. One is used for the money or like something which need to maximum fetch, and other is used for the distance or something time, or which need to the minimized value. So this is the theme. So now come to the max and mean, which the optimization that does not matter. That doesn't matter. We have to find the mean value. It is not a matter. Suppose you are working for the financial part, so it is not need to use the mean spanning, right? So you need to optimize the CPM. Similarly, come to the reward model. What's the reward modeling? Reward modeling is a optimization process which will used to develop the problem and algorithm, which will use to develop the solution and algorithm to fetch the best part or best signal. If you are working with the image, though it will be explained by the signal. If you are working with the some numerical problem, it will explain as the best value. So though the best value from any problem or any solution. Suppose we have a problem and that problem contains the six solution. That problem contains the six solution, and all solutions are right. Right. How you will able to select the best value? The best value can be selected only by the best criteria decided by the participant or decided by the concerned user who wanted to use that value. Though he or she has a six option to select. Though among the six option, which value he or she opted that, this process is called reward modeling. This process is called reward modeling. And exactly its work on the LLM. We will discuss later on in our discussion session. I will be go through the LLM to the mechanistic interpretability. So it is just a reward modeling. And what working behind the reward modeling is in the form of internal procedure, internal calculation done by the to fetch that solution, to fetch by the optimized value among the multiple option. That was called LLM, and the conclude value which you will be applying for your general purpose or for your applicable database or solution, that is called reward process modeling. Reward process modeling. So this is the reward modeling is what? It's the option to select the best value, to fetch the best value. And how it will be calculated? It will be calculated by the LLM to agentic AI, general AGI, like that. So we will discuss how reward modeling involved in each and every AI technology, each and every AI methodology. I will be discussed and include how the reward modeling connected there with each and every terms which we are discussing here. Right. Now, come to the mechanistic interpretability. What it is? Mechanistic interpretability is just a mathematical calculation. What you are thinking, you are thinking about to find the best value among the 6 solutions. Just we are assuming that there are 6 solutions available for your problem, and you need to fetch one value from among the 6 solutions. Though how you will able to select the best value, that technology, that calculation is called mechanistic interpretability. That calculation is called mechanistic interpretability. Now come to both words and combine these two words, right? Reward modeling in mechanistic interpretability. Reward modeling in mechanistic interpretability. What it means? It means our solution or a platform by which we calculate which value is best among the multiple solutions. So this process will provide the meaning of the reward modeling in mechanistic interpretability. So it is the target, it is my objective to take this topic. So the reward modeling in mechanistic interpretability is only my aim to let you explain the idea behind the discussion of the AI. Nowadays, we are working with the AI. Each and every time we are discussing about the AI. So this is basically internal representation. It is basically internal representation of the any solution which you are able to see visible in front of your desktop, laptop, or in your problem solution, right? So this is the meaning and definition and working model of the my theme and topic, today's topic. So I think I had clearly explained about the why I am taking this title today, why I am starting this title for my speech today, and I think this is the quite related to the our Atal FDP, what we are as discussing here, because it is also working with the hidden mathematical model that will be do. Though in the last session, Professor Rakesh Kumar has already taken the basic implementation part from basic to advanced implementation part with the result value. He had shown in his presentation and in his delivery, the lecture session, that this value will come, how the error is occurred, when it is calculated. He has totally explained his practical aspect, implementation aspect with the result value and with their feedback and outcomes of that models and feedback as well. So I will here to relate the things with that and to the our real life process, what we are working with the from BTech to academic and then industry. So this is my theme and topic will move forward from the today. So now let's come to the table of content. What I will be covered today's sessions, though these are the it's my affiliation. Already Professor Shantanu Sahi has explained about me that I am also belonging to the Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. And thank you, sir. You are elaborately explained my brief bio. And we are working under the supervision of Professor Rakesh Kumar, who has delivered the last session. He is a head of department currently in our department. He is a mentor of us. He is mentoring us. Though these are my details, you may also reach anytime, anywhere. I am always open to discuss with the peoples who are looking for the betterment of the about the academy or research or industry. So these are my details which is needed to you for any time of any type of conversation related to the academic industry and research. So it's my detail. You may take it. Right. Now come to the today's theme, what I will be do. Though this is the content which I will be discussed today. Though LLM, I had discussed that. This is the LLM is just the main front face. The front face of the LLM is called reward modeling. That I was discussing. LLM is what? It's the everyone has already discussed in the LLM, and I think most of the last 2 sessions, 3 sessions were elaborated detailed with practical approach in implementation approach. So I will be related to that approach to the industry area. Why the industry needed, what the industry need to that LLM, like the use. So it is LLM is what? It's a human thinking process. Like if you are thinking something you are thinking and you wanted to write that, those in the similar manner LLM will do.
इस तरह से हो
Just
जाएगा
I am
आदमी जैसे वो
explaining
कपिल
my
शर्मा हो
layman
रहा है ना
theory. Like now come to the though first the theme I will cover in about the LLM. Before that, I will be discuss about the why I am taking this topic. Right now, the second part of my the speech of the about the AGI, that will be the how you are able to decide, how the AI is able to decide. That I will relate with the practical approach as by the human being examples. A simple layman example I will take and then relate to the AI. The AI is nothing do not special. It's just doing what we are doing. Though it is implementation of our thought, it is implementation of our behavior. That is the AGI, right? Multi-headed latent attention. It is what it is used to boost the result efficiency. Suppose you get the 60% of marks, but you are not satisfied. It is quite good to you. It is quite good to academic criteria. Academic criteria is what the Indian academic criteria require. It's academic criteria required that if you are getting the 60%, you are first division of that marks. You are first class of people, right? You are first class of students, but you are not satisfied by yourself. Then what you will do? You are putting the exam again, you are giving the exam again for improvement, for like your enhancing your result value, enhancing your percentage. And after giving the second term exam, you will get the 80%. Though 80% and 60%, what the difference between that? It's a semantic gap. What the semantic gap means? Previously you are good, but you are looking for optimize your value. Though you are optimizing your value only, you are not optimizing the other value. Like suppose X people getting the 60%, Y people working for the 80%, though it is not a semantic value. The people which are working for the method or process, which are improving their result day by day, is called a MHLA. Right? This is the technology, how they are challenging their theme, how they are, why we are working with from the Python, machine learning, AI, data science, then nowadays mechanistic interpretability. Why it's needed, why we are working for that. Though if we will discuss in that portion, that is the reason behind the MHLA. That is the because we are challenging our result by ourselves for our improvement. Right. Now, process reward model, it's my main theme, how we are bunching the result. You are getting the result, you are you wanted to select, you are working with the not working with the unique solution, unique answer. No, nowadays people are working for, they need multi solution and they work for the unique process, right? Means they wanted that I do the task, I solve this problem, but result could be produced multiple format, multiple value should comes. And after the multiple value produced, I or he or she will able to judge or select which value he or she needed to take it as per his or her criteria. So this will be decided in the process reward modeling, which will be discussed in the later section. And now come to the multi-token production. It's what it is. It is suppose in the older in our early age, our grandpa, our grandma, or any grand guardians who are there in our family, they telling us there was a king, a story they are telling. Right. And you memorizing that, you enjoying that moment at that time. The same thing implemented and developed and working with the MTP, multi-token prediction. Multi-token prediction is the grandpa or grandmother of the AI. So we will discuss how it is creating the story and how it will work for that. Though this will be discussed in the later session of our my talk. So I will be discuss this also. Now come to the model benchmark. Model benchmarking, the name itself explained. You are challenging yourself. You are challenging yourself. The model benchmarking is what? The industry challenging their result, their self. Previously, they were working for the 10,000 crore. Now they are working for the 1 lakh crore. Right? So what they are doing, they are challenging themselves. So it's a process of computational with the data. It's a process of the computational with the data. So it's a game of the data. So how the data are manipulating and how the data are processed by the industry or by ourselves. So I will be discussing the model benchmarking about the data and data set, what the data and data set, why they are using, what they will be doing that, right? So this is my model benchmarking theme. I will be discuss, and this PPT is later on in the detail with the 3 to 4 slides. So I will be discussing now how the AI tool selection. Nowadays people are very much confused. Suppose I am learning supervised machine learning. While I am studying supervised machine learning, meanwhile, while I will try to get the knowledge, the explainable AI is developed, and there is a I think 3 to 4, 6, 7 technology gap between this supervised to explainable. You are learning a supervised, and during your learning, during your study, the explainable AI is invented, and you are bounded to learn that also. So how you need to select, how you will be able to select this title, this technology I need to select today, and that will reflect tomorrow. So I will be let you know about the selection, about the technologies, how the technology we need to select and we to use to select. So this is my today's content, which I will be discussed to in detail in the latter session of my talk. So now come to the moral thing of the discussion of my talk. It is my table of content, which I will be discussed to later on my speech. Before that, before start my this slide and detailed discussion, I would like to focus on my talk, which I will be covered in the 3 segment. Means I wanted to explain my talk. I wanted to deliver my talk in the 3 part. What these 3 part? The first part I need to take academy, right? Academia. So everyone belonging from the academia, either today or tomorrow or currently or studying. So what the academia doing nowadays about the AI, right? So I will be able to discuss you though what we were studying in the academia, and is it applicable to the AI? I am trying to quite relate with the my academia to AI, right? The first talk I will need to let you know that the first we will discuss about what the academia doing nowadays. What the academia doing nowadays. So I will be discuss firstly this topic in my first part of the talk. Now, next talk, second talk will be about what the highlight of the AI. First part is highlight of academia. Second part is highlight of AI. Though academia doing like this, though this academia process or algorithm or model, is it applicable to the AI, and how it is applicable to the AI? So I will try to relate and to implement with that. So the second talk will be, my second part will be a highlight of the AI. Now come to the third part of my talk, that will be these contents. That is called industry, highlight of industry. So these are which are displayed today here in the table in the form of table of content is a is a is a highlight of industry. What I had shown you with this PPT, it's a highlight of industry. Before this start, I need to take your attention towards the academia then then AI, and then industry. Right? So come without delay, I would like to move forward the academia. Now, my first talk is start now. My first part of the talk is start now. Though this is the highlight of academia. We all have studies about the hashes, right? We all have study about the hashing, right? And we did not relate why hashing used in our academic life, like data structure, like DA, design analysis and algorithm, like any dynamic programming algorithm, like, but it is more and very, very important theme and topic that is used by the AI. Without this, it's a brain of AI. And it is used each and every segment, each and every process of the AI. So what the hashing was doing in our academic life, what we have studied, just I wanted to recall you. Here I had already discussed about hashing is a setting technique. Hashing is a setting technique that will use to find the location. That is used to find the location. Now come to the LLM, come to the AGI, come to the genetic AI. Any AI you need to take it as an example from your side and decide what you are doing. You are just internally search your data. You are just internally search your data first and then decide. You need to do manipulation, you need to do some operation, you need to do some execution afterwards. The hashing involved here with each and every AI technology. So this is the power of academia. This is the power of academia, which we have already studied. But we are ignored. AI hashing, I had learned. Hashing is this. It's a searching technology that is used for internal data assessment. Now, come to the next part of my, what it is the hashing. First topic I had taken from the academia. There are lots of topics, but I was quite confused today, from where I need to start. So I had taken just only 3 examples from the academia and wanted to relate these 3 topics with the current my theme with the industry, like the industry now what is doing, which we have studied, which we have learned. These 3 themes, I think everyone has a experience in the academy industry as well. So 5 to 6, 10 years of experience minimum having the people here today, right? So this thing, the hashing, you have learned before 5 to 6 years back. And nowadays you are using this technology. Come to the next point of my thought, that is the saddle point. Just I had taken it the screenshot of that because I had just explained what is the saddle point, right? So though what the saddle point I wanted to tell you, and where you study this topic. Though hashing, you are studying the data structure or in the DA, design analysis of algorithm. But about the saddle point, where you study, it was in the mathematics, right? What it will do, just I am trying to do. Let you explain that. Though in the saddle point, there is a 2 rules. Select the row, each row you need to select, and from the row you need to select the smallest value. What you need to do? You need to select the smallest value from each row. From each row, you need to select the smallest value. That was here I am trying to show in the circle. In the circle, I am trying to show. So each row, you need to find the smallest value, check it. In the first row, 5 is the smallest value. In the second row, 3rd is the smallest value. In the fourth row, similarly, the smallest value I had taken it. But in the column, what you need to do? In the row, you need to take the smallest value. But in the column, you need to take the largest value. That is the optimization. But the people think optimization, what it means best, not a best. It's a union. It's a union of min and max. So it is called saddle point. Though we are explaining the optimization, it is just a saddle point. What the saddle point is? From the row, you are taking the smallest value. From the column, you are taking the largest value. From each column, you need to select the largest value and decide it by the rectangle. And find that value which are taken by both, means selected by both. Like in this matrix, 6, you check it, 6 here, 6. Here circle is also and rectangle is also. Right? Though 6 is that optimized value done by this matrix. Yani, what it means? It means, suppose we have, it is 3 by 3 matrix. What it is? It is 3 by 3 matrix. You have a 9 solution. You are quite confused. Which solution I need to take it in? The saddle point decide. You need to select the 6th value. Though you are now able to select the best value from the among the multiple solutions. Among the multiple solutions. This is the power of mathematics and power of BTech, our academia. What we have studied earlier in the 5 to 6 years back. And nowadays AI use this. And so AI is smarter than our previous technologies. So just I am quite trying to relate that things. And I practically, while I will discuss my third section, I will practically apply and show you with the result value. Now come to that next way. This is the knapsack problem. Each and everyone has heard about that knapsack problem. It is also called greedy approach or dynamic memory allocation. In the C language, we are working malloc, calloc, XYZ. But in the DS, Yadav, we have working is the optimized value, optimized problem solution technique. That is called knapsack problem. How it will work? How it will work? I think each and everyone has know about that. I did not take more time because I had already started my session quite later, quite delayed. So I need to make over the complete PPT within the slot decided to me. So it is just knapsack. The knapsack allow you to select the maximum value with the union or without the union, right? Suppose I am just giving you the example. If you are using here in the third row, here in the third row, right? This row, 0, 0, 1, 2, 5, 5, 6, 7, 7. How they are calculating and how they are able to put it this value? This is the multiple combination. This is the multiple combination. Means the weight you are with the object 5, your object with the object 5. Your weight is 4. Your weight is 4. So these are the calculating. Though if you are weight 5, then at the level 4, the 4 here is 4 and your weight is 5. And before that, if 5 is there, though it will replace, if before that, if the smallest value is there, though maximum value will replace that, the smallest value. Similarly, it will work on the combination also, that I will not let you know more explain about the knapsack problem because it takes the more time. You have already know that. You go through that. Or I would like to advise each and every AI technological people that you should learn. You should please go ahead, go in detail with the knapsack problem. You will find your maximum AI technology use this technology, this method, knapsack problem. That is the reason we are insisting our BTech students, we are insisting our bachelor students to solve the dynamic problem solving. Then use develop his skill or her skill in the dynamic problem. Like now come to this is my thought. I had taken only 3 examples from the academia, and I am going to relate these 3 topics in the AI as well as the industry. So now it's my first part completed here about the academia. Now come to my third part, that is the highlight of AI. What the AI is nowadays doing. My second segment is started now. My first segment has completed. I had just taken some example from the academy and wanted to relate it with the AI. And AI is exactly doing what we are studying the 20 years, 10 years before. Right. And we have a myth or misconception that we are doing better than the previous technology, previous methodology. Of course, the resource or utilization is there, or of course it is a good technology. You are using the modern technology, but behind that modern technology, our traditional technology is working with that. Now come to the highlight of AI, my second part of that. The highlight of AI is what? In the initial age, what we are doing, we are searching like one word, like linear search, binary search we are doing. Right? Afterward, we improve our requirement. Oh, I'm not satisfied with one word. I need complete line to search. Like that is known as string searching methodology. In the DAI itself are already there in the backtracking. In the backtracking, we have used. Although after some time, people wanted, they have improved themselves. No, I work with one word. I did not work with the one line. I want to search whole document. What it means? Suppose we wanted to search the complete bibliography or complete detail about some people. In your thought that he or she is a good, and I wanted to learn more about him or her. This is the technology working behind that. And the small piece is also working with that. Linear search, binary search is also working with that technology. And that is called intelligent document process. Intelligent document process. That is also known as intelligent document process, IDP. European country used this technology since the 2023. Still, we are unaware about that. Nowadays, industry opting these technologies. It's nothing. It's just a searching technology. It's just a searching technology. I will go, while I will use the industry prospect, I will show you the example and relate that. Now come to the mixture of expert. Mixture of expert. What is the mixture of expert? Mixture of expert means you need to select, you need to use multiple values like LLM. Why LLM is it? Why explainable AI is that? Why genetic AI is that? Why general AI is AGI is that? Because if you are using AGI, they are already used in the supervised machine learning, KNN, ANN, all included in the AGI. Right? Though it is good to you use a separate value instead of a single value. Suppose you need to use supervised learning, KNN, ANN, though you have to use 3 technologies. Instead of using 3 technologies, you just use the AGI. You just use to AGI. What it means? It's a collection of technology that is called AGI, genetic AI, LLM, like that. And in the saddle point, previous talk, I had discussed about what the saddle point was. It was the union. It was the union of the West Valley. It was the union of the West Valley. It is just renamed here and called as the mixture of expert. It is just renamed here. It is called a mixture of expert. It is the hot topic of the industry from the 25, 26 still. You may search it, this technology, mixture of expert. It's the AI technology, it's the AI methodology. It's just AI methodology which is working on that. What it is a methodology that can use 3 to 4 technology at one time at one place. That is called mixture of experts. And this technology we have learned in our mathematics, that was saddle point. We are selecting from different technology, and union we filtered it and then show it. Now come to the parallel thread execution. Parallel thread execution. It's just a Durbin, a stethoscope, right? We have already seen and use it. What's a parallel thread execution? In normal language, I would like to tell you that it's a NVIDIA server. It's a NVIDIA server. Your PC has also a server. But why you are using the NVIDIA server? Only because you wanted to boost your result, you wanted to reduce your time, you wanted to reduce your computational time or complexity itself. So you need to, although you have a good laptop, desktop, which has a good server, which has a good efficiency as well, but still you are moving forward only because of the time, only because of the efficiency, result value. Though parallel thread execution is what? It's a GPU basically. And it is the spatial representation, what the previous expert has explained about the spatial representation. Though it is used to optimize the technique. We will discuss this also in our later on section. And this is the GPU is basically working with the knapsack problem. Now come to the agentic AI multi-step solution problem. It is also again use the saddle point. It is also again using the saddle point. Agentic AI itself. I had already tell you in my previous speech. Now come to the PRM. It's a process reward modeling. Process reward modeling. That is my whole theme. It is the highlight of AI. It's a highlight of AI. Now come to the highlight of industry. My two part has completed now. I had completed the first part in the academy. Then that academy I wanted to relate it with the industry AI. Now I wanted to apply the AI what we have studied to the industry as well. Now come to the AI. Industry, sorry, come to the industry. What the industry nowadays working with that? In the before the 2000 onward, I think 2000, sorry, I am taking late example. It's not the 2000. Before the 2015, 16 on, before that, there was hard coding developing process used. There were hard coding development process used. What it is? You also, some of the people has also faced that problem. Had also faced that problem in their school life, in their college life, means graduation life, BTech life. What they were doing at their time, they completed their BTech, they get the specialization in the Java, .NET, or whatever Linux, etc. Networking, CCNA, like that. Right? Why you are doing that? Because you wanted to be a automated people to hold the company problem and solve by yourself and produce that the solution done by you to the industry. Right? But in the today's scenario, 2014, 16 onward, totally scene has changed. Industry required. The people don't need to write the code. People don't need to solve the problem. The machine will do it itself. And for that, first of all, Microsoft technology has launched their automation tool that was called robotic process tool. It was the system, it was the application that has done by the robotics. What it means? It means nowadays robotics is doing your job. You may search the China education policy and China and Japan education policy. There is in the school, there is no need to assign the teacher. From the gate to school, to conduct the class, each and every setup has been handled by the robot itself. Where here in the India, we have a traditional style. In the gate, there are one madam having the bell raised, welcome to the students. A small kid, right? In the afterwards, the teacher who has to teach, she came again, and she is different. Again, the student need to take the food or water. Again, next assigned teacher came and try to teach how to take the food, how to drink, how to sleep, like that. It's a study of our education in the schooling system. And all these are happening in the Japan and China. Automatically, there is no a single piece of people involved for doing this job. Where in India, still there are 10 to 20 people are doing the same job. Though we are using the 20 people resources extra than the others. Or this process has developed by the Microsoft. After successful compilation in the school, the Microsoft has launched with the industry agent. And that was the reason we have here in the 23, 24, 25th that firing was operated in the industry. Our major firing was doing. Why? Because they don't need the physical resource people. They were doing the job by the robotics. Though here we need to do our expert job by the smartly with the playing of AI. This is called anywhere, any tool. So I would like to suggest today's academician or today's industrious people or today's bachelor students, please don't move with the traditional code. Move with the automation code and try to learn how the anywhere, any tool working. It's a totally virtual, no physical involvement of the people. And any code, anything you wanted to develop that has been developed and launched, successfully launched, softwares launched, like that. Now come to the factories. It was the software based. Second part of my industry, second part is industry. Factory, especially factory. They need to create their infrastructure, like physical houses, warehouses, like that. The quantum computing used for that, and each and everyone is know more than me that the quantum computing uses that. LLM, previous section, each and every professor has explained the use of the LLM, even though I will also use in my later section in the speech. Okay, now come to the forward detailed discussion about the industry. I had explained that nowadays automatic process modeling is applied in the industry and real life as well. Though how it will be done? It will be done by the robotics that has designed and developed. It behave like a human being. It behave like a human being. So it is used to the business automation tool. It is used to reduce the people, reduce the resources, reduce the cost optimization. Is what it known as anywhere, any tool. And the other example is Tesla. That was the automatic car which was driven. That is known as self-driving car. Right? It will decide, the car will automatically decide where you need to do. You just to put it to your voice. Move to the triple Madan Mohan Malaviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. The car will be automatically drive and will put it to your, will try to deliver your destination, and you will reach your destination. Now, rule-based task. In the I think second talk was there. The expert was I think he has discussed about the rule-based task. What the rule-based task? There is a systematic sequential task. Systematic sequential task. What it is? It is the process by the doing. Like suppose you are a student and you wanted to take the 12th. Though could I permit you to do the 12th directly, or could I allow you to study or start your study from the LKG nursery 1, 2, 3, 4 to 12th? Though what the system allow from you need to do your start your process from nursery to 12th, and this process is called rule-based task. So each and every technology having the two prospect, एक object, one is the rule-based, other is the object-based, right? Though these are the automatic process, automation process technologies, and the region and the examples, these are I'm trying to explain, and it is the third part. Third part of my talk. Now come to the industry again in detail. Who are doing this task and what they are known? Though these are what we are doing, we are removing our traditional tasks and moving forward modern tasks. Though you are opting the modern task, for the modern task, what you are doing? You are just using the two technologies. One is the traditional AI/ML that was removed by the automation tool, Microsoft automation tool, and other is the low code, no code process. If today's developer, like in our age developer, they were learned Java and Python, Java, .NET like that, and then only they are able to decide the software, how it works and how to develop. But today's scenario, no need to learn hard. You just put your ideas, you just need to put your theme, and the software or anything will develop automatically. That is called no code, no code. What the purpose of this? Less programming, less scripting. If less programming is there, resource automatically will reduced. Less scripting is there, the mental stress automatically will reduced of the industry or industry people. Right. How I need to focus it? So these are the application of the low code, no code. So where we need to reach to know more about the low code and no. Though there are two major company used nowadays by the industry, not by us. It is used by the industry. I am talking about the industry aspect. Though nowadays industry used, and there are two industry which provided the no code, low code license. That was Bentley and one is the APN. APN is the American-based company and Bentley is the UK-based company. UK-based company. With these two companies are basically provide the license to generate your framework. For what the framework, each and every company working on that. What it means? It means they are creating the virtual setup for the company. Company need to put their problem, the solution will automatically come to the company. So these are the two companies. I think if you have heard, then good. If you have not heard, then you need to explore more about these two companies, Bentley and APM. Please go. I would like to request you to suggest you to please explore these two companies and find what it is, how they will working on that. Then you will surprised. AI is a small things. The great things comes to the society in the coming 2 to 3 years. Just coming 2 to 3 years. With the normal people as well. Nowadays it is with the industry, but it will come sooner to you in the academic as well. Now come to the next part. Now these are my third part. Though I had still till now I had covered my three segment. One is the academic, how the academic related to the AI, then how AI related to the industry, and what the challenges of the industry will come to us in the near future. We are enjoying right now for the industry, but there is some challenges and some benefit of also that we are enjoying nowadays, but there is some pros is also. So we'll wait for that. We need to develop more ourselves to prepare and to overcome about these things. Now come to the industry detailed description about my thought. Though LLM why LLM is used. LLM is basically need to use because it has a vast data set. It has a vast data set. Suppose we have one mind, but LLM has an infinite mind. It has a collection of infinite mind. Right? And the collection of infinite mind working for the same task. Where you are working for the single mind, single task. Where LLM is working for the multiple mind for the single task. Who will do the better? You or LLM? Of course, LLM will do the better. Of course, LLM will do the better. So this is the power of LLM. This is the need of LLM. We are learning. We did not want to try to understand about that. So this is the chat GTP. Sai sir, I am audible.
Sir, yeah, Sai sir is coming.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You
So
are audible, sir.
I think I had taken more time. Quite I'm moving forward. Lightly
No
taking
issue,
the
sir. Please take your time to conclude, sir.
Okay. So this is
Yeah.
the LLM, and everyone has know that the chat GTP is the more example that it is the region that suppose you wanted to write the letter, you just need to take you use your mind for one writing, where the chat GTP use the multiple mind to write the same code, the same letter. So of course, chat GTP is better writing than you. Though why LLM is used? LLM is used to pretending the data, manifesting many misinformation. Like what it means? It means it is more realistic than the people. It has it has a power to do the to identify the incorrect or mistake. It has a privacy issues also. Though LLM has a one issues, that is the privacy issues. It discloses the data. It discloses the data. High resource computer consumption require the significant computing power. Now, what about the LLM? Everyone has already tell you that it is an OpenAI developed by the system for the user. The user will use and develop. They are enjoying the things like chat GTP. You are nowadays each and every moment we are using the chat GTP and search engine like that. Though there are several examples here, I am mentioning that the people, the last expert has also used that things. How LLM is work, I had already tell you by the example of the mathematics example of the saddle point and knapsack problem. Similarly, you are finding the result, but you are not thinking how it will work. It will work with that technology, that methodology. Though LLM is used in the research, what the LLM is used in the research, it is just used to write the text, image, and visual as well as. Though we are using that thing, if you have writing to a script, you wanted to write your script, or you wanted to write the one para about that, you wanted to write the essay that the LLM will help you to do that better. Though LLM is used in the research as well as these are the examples. So mechanistic interpretability. Now come to the second part of the AI. First is the LLM, second is the mechanistic interpretability. Mechanistic interpretability is just mathematics working behind the technology. What the mechanistic interpretability is the mathematics behind the working of the AI. Anything what you are thinking. So due to the time, I am slightly discuss about that. It is a model that has a power capacity to decide the correct things at the correct time. It is the mechanistic interpretability. It has a power. It has a power to decide. It will use to improve the accuracy and interpretability of your result. Decide and conclude your result. Though this is the mechanistic interpretability, it is a large data. Now, why it is used? Of course, it has input influence, means large data of input. It will do fraction of second and with the accurate value. Though it is used for our real need, It's a pattern neural activation. What it means, it opted the behavior of the other action also. Suppose you have seen some people and having the cap, and the cap show better look to that people. What you are doing in the next day, you are also purchasing the cap and wearing the cap to look better by yourself or for the people. So similarly, mechanistic interpretability doing the same task. It searches the engine, it searches the database, large database, and find it who are working, all whose process, all whose method working on the same style, and ask to data and compile and then filter the one value and produce to you. That is the result. So this is the pattern neural network. So it is good. Now research in the AI, it is ethical and trustworthy because it will produce with the evidence and link as well. So it is very much useful to us. Now AGI, my third topic, first is the LLM, second was the mechanistic interpretability. I am telling the process reward modeling. It is all about the process reward modeling. Process reward modeling contains this technology in a single value, and that value is known as process reward modeling. And behind the process reward modeling, all these three technologies working. So AGI is everyone is know that it's just a narrow AI. It's a specialized. It's a specialized of the LLM. LLM was working for the generalized, where AGI is working for the specialized purpose. It has a self-awareness. It know AGI has the ability to know which is good, which is bad. It is like a human being. It has a power. So AGI is already I had to tell you that requires a common sense, conceptual and understanding, and transfer learning as well. What it means? It has a power to think that what is good or what is wrong. It has a power to think the conceptual thinking that 2 + 2 is equal to 4. It has a power to decide. And now it has a transfer learning. Suppose someone is singing, it has the ability to learn that singing and again sing by itself. So this is the power of AGI. Though why it is used? AGI is a next level of LLM. It's a means improved version of LLM. It has a more power ability to decide the problem and solve by the decision making ability. Why AGI is used? It is a coexistence, means LLM. If LLM improved, the AGI is automatically used for that. So these are the AGI uses. And research in AGI, of course, it has a power, it has the ability to decide, though it has a power to discoveries also. So it will decide it multiple results, multiple values. You did not expect what the result will come, it will produce. Though it is the AGI reason in use in the research. Now, my third part, again, I am concluding my thought, LLM, mechanistic interpretability, AGI, now MHLA. MHLA, in the initial stage, I had tell you that it is used to allow to work with the relevant input of data with the large number of images and time series analysis to improve the feature extraction. To improve the feature extraction, though it is the AGI, sorry, MHL, though it is a MHL, multi-headed latent analysis. It is used to work with a large number of database as well as data. So again, I am requesting you due to the time, I am not elaborating with the example. I had tried, but I seen that it is I had already taken the more time than the decided. So we'll decide, we'll cover it in the later section. If I will get some more chances to deliver the session. So MHLA and these are the process reward modeling. Process reward modeling, it's the Excel based, means like robot working with the process reward modeling. This is the working flow model of the process reward modeling. Now MTP, multi-token prediction. Multi-token prediction means it is also a methodology of the AI, and it has the ability to decide with the multiple value like the human being. It will do the wrinkling, means actionability. This is the power. Though MTP is this is the multi-token prediction. model benchmarking. It is used in the industry nowadays. We will later on soon in the coming 2 to 3 years, we will use this also. That I had tell you that the low code, no code and process reward modeling, this was the model benchmarking. It's how we will improve our current understanding. We can improve our current understanding, current technology. What I wanted to tell you, how to understand the current understanding is that by the book, by the decision, by the interview, by the self-understanding, you need to be able to do which is better, which is good. You need to develop your better understanding. AI tool selection, you will be able to select by the publication, reputation like that. You need to create your industry club. You need to discuss with the current technologies as well as you need to select the title where you need to work. Then only will you use to decide which technology is to work. The project selection, summary, keywords. These are the used in the normal days. Methodology, methods, like that. Discussion. If you need to focus on the discussion, also you have to collect the meeting, discuss the meeting with the colleague, friends, and industry people as well as, because after the discussion you will get what is the theme you are thinking is right or wrong. So I think I had taken quickly for that, and please excuse me for that, for only because of the delay in the time and the late night is here. The people are, I think, get exhausted from the um, evening to till I think 10:30.
No issue, sir. No issue. We have got so much of comments that we can accomplish and cherish the session. For our Professor Rakesh Kumar sir and for you, sir, because both of the sessions we have got the most of the comments that it is one of the cherishing moments for us. So it is one of the beneficial. If anyone of the audience have any questions, they can ask.
गुड इवनिंग सर। मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा था कि सर आने वाले 20 से 30 सालों में किस तरह से सर चैलेंज मतलब डेवलपमेंट देखने को मिल सकता है सर, एलएलएम्स और आगे जो टेक्नोलॉजीज आपने बताई।
Of course, we will roll back to our real life. We will use the human being for the doing the task. Like you want in the some time in the previous, I think 4 to 5 years, Sanjay Dutt was famous for his long hair. And after some time, long hair style is removing. And when Dhoni was come, the again fashion roll back. Similarly, the technology moving forward, and we will reach to the 2030. After 30 onward, we will again roll back to the real life, because people, people hands need to develop their mind. They will down, because AI will be AI. What AI is doing, AI is forcing to you to stop your mind. Don't use your mind. And after some time, we are unable to decide. AI will decide. And then 30 afterward, the people think, oh, AI has captured me. I need to develop myself. The people will developing on that. So this is the time. 30 onward, you will take the time to decide, and people will be reflected on their self.
थैंक यू सर।
But the till the 2030, it is a growing age. AI will move to the 2030. You may find it by the Journal of Magazine of Computer Science. It's a US magazine, monthly magazine. It has also raised that question. When the AI stopped his thought, though there was the answer, I get it. So I had tell you the 30 onward, the people will decide themselves. They are not dependent on the machine. But before that, 30 till 30, we will dependent on the machine. And more extreme, we need to see. Wait and watch. We will see. The AI will ask us to take the food. He feed us how to take the food and right. Okay, sir. I think I had Mohitji. I had explained what you wanted to.
जी जी, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. We have any other question from the audience? Do we have any other question?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think people
Okay,
are
thank you.
exhausted.
Then I will conclude for the session today. Thank you very much, sir, for your highly engaging session on reward modeling on mechanistic interpretability. Your session provided us with a clear understanding of how reward modeling can be applied to interpret complex AI systems and uncover the underlying mechanisms driving their behavior. I particularly appreciated the way you explained the concept step by step, supported by examples, which made it easier for all of us to connect theoretical ideas with practical applications. Your insights on aligning model behaviors with desired outcomes and understanding internal decision making processes were extremely valuable. The session has certainly added the depth of our understanding of mechanistic interpretability and will help us in both research and practical AI implementation. With this, we conclude day 4, session 9 of the FDP. We hope you all found the session insightful and valuable, and we look forward to your active participation in the upcoming sessions. Thank you. Thanks a lot
Thank you, sir.
to all of you. Thank you, Prakash, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
One more announcement that tomorrow we have 2 sessions. The first session is led by Professor Vishwakarma sir from DTU, and the
Sharma,
second
sir.
session is
Yeah.
by Nagen Sharma sir, that is from Demco, USA based company. So we have tomorrow only 2 sessions. The timing will be the same from 6 to 7:30 and 7:30 to 9. Thank you so much for your patience listening, and good night to all of you.
Okay.
Good night
Thank
to
you,
all
Thank
of
you very
sir.
you.
much.
Thank
Good night
you.
to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Satprakash, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Sai, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.